Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the House Environment and Transportation Committee. We have 12 bills up for consideration today, starting with HB 503 from Delegate Stein. If you want to bring up a panel, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. For the record, Delegate Dana Stein presenting on House Bill 503, which deals with corrugated stainless steel tubing, or CSST for short. And this is a product that's used to deliver methane gas and propane in homes around the country. The problem with this tubing is that it's prone to malfunctions that can cause propane and methane leaks to occur. Now, a couple of years ago, with Delegate Holmes' House Bill 1052, we did improve the tubing safety by prohibiting the use of non-arc resistant CSST. And while arc resistant CSST is definitely safer, it is still vulnerable to lightning. Even lightning strikes that are adjacent to a structure may cause this tubing to fail. And since 2018, Maryland has experienced 3 fatalities because of failures of this tubing that's been caused by lightning-induced fires. 2 firefighters and 1 civilian have died. And there have also been several dozen other fires that resulted in property damage. So this bill would adopt criteria that the National Association of State Fire Marshals, along with the Fire Service Membership Council and the International Code Council have recommended. It's called the LC 1027 testing criteria, which can withstand lightning strikes in the large majority of cases. Now, as amended, this bill requires this testing criteria in new buildings, in buildings that are substantially renovated. Now, in response to the claims that the opposition might make, I want to make a few additional points. First, with the amendment, we make clear that the LC 1027 is a testing criteria, not a standard, as we originally put in the bill. Also want to make clear that the LC 1027 testing criteria, they are not patented. So without a patent, there's nothing preventing any other manufacturer from creating a product that meets the testing criteria. And also the opposition will claim that this testing criteria, LC 1027, is not necessary. But as you'll hear from other witnesses, the average lightning strike generates electricity that can overwhelm the tubing currently required. So with that, Mr. Chair, I urge a favorable report.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Corman and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee for the opportunity to speak in support of HB 503. For the record, I am Frederick County Executive Jessica Fitzwater, and I want to thank Speaker Pro Tem Dana Stein and Delegate Holmes for their sponsorship of this critically important bill. I'm here to speak on the importance of increasing safety standards for corrugated stainless steel tubing, or CSST. As you already heard from Speaker Pro Tem Stein, and as you will continue to hear from this panel, the current testing requirements for CSST are inadequate and are putting the lives of our residents and our first responders at risk across the state. I'm here because this is my top legislative priority for the 2024 General Assembly. Since 2018, the state of Maryland has experienced 3 fatalities because of fires caused by lightning-induced failure of CSST. This issue became deeply personal to Frederick County when a CSST-related fire in 2021 resulted in the line-of-duty death of Frederick County Battalion Chief Josh Laird. Today, you will hear from his widow, Sarah Laird, and also a friend, as well as numerous other witnesses who have experience or expertise on this issue. As local and state government, we have a responsibility to our constituents, including our first responders, to adopt laws and policies that ensure the safety of our communities. Adopting stronger safety standards for the energy systems in our buildings is one simple way that we can uphold that responsibility. thank you for your consideration of HB 503. I urge the committee to advance this bill with a favorable report.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today in support of House Bill 503. My name is Tom Coe, and I serve as the Fire Chief for the Frederick County Division of Fire and Rescue Services. The dangers of corrugated stainless steel tubing, CSST, is not common knowledge to the general public. When high levels of electricity are introduced into a structure by direct or indirect lightning strikes, CSST commonly fails when an arc is created with nearby metal objects. The ensuing gas-fed fire has caused millions of dollars of property loss, but moreover, those fires have cost lives. In Frederick County alone, we've experienced 2 fire fatalities within the last 6 years from lightning striking a structure that contains CSST. In 2018, a civilian died in a residential fire south of Urbana after lightning struck the residence. CSST failed and the occupant was trapped by the ensuing fire. Then on August 11th, 2021, this issue hit close to home when Battalion Chief Josh Laird, a 22-year veteran of our organization, died in the line of duty fighting a residential fire in a home that had been struck by lightning, then experienced the failure of its CSST. In 2022, the Maryland legislature took a step forward to protect both our citizens and first responders by passing the Laird-Flynn Act. Time and experience has demonstrated that we still have work to do to protect our citizens from the dangers of CSST. House Bill 503 identifies CSST constructed to pass the LC 1027 testing criteria as the new standard in Maryland. CSST that is built to pass the LC 1027 testing criteria can take a larger electrical insult than other models on the market. Additionally, this bill makes the sale, transfer, or distribution of non-compliant CSST illegal for the safety of all Marylanders as well as our firefighters who respond to these fires. I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Good morning or afternoon. I just wanted to highlight some of the 1027 standards that they can protect up to 36 coulombs of energy, which is how lightning is measured. The average lightning strike is more than the 1024 standard, which is 1024 standards is capable of protecting up to 4.5 coulombs of energy. It's not enough as far as bonding CSST. CSST bonding is solely for the purpose of protecting against the electrical system. It protects against the CSST from becoming energized from the electrical system. That is covered in the NFPA 70 250.122. I just wanted to highlight some of the main things. Is CSST can be a dangerous product if it is not installed per our code, and our code is the minimum standards. It also needs to meet the manufacturer's installation instructions, which every type of CSST pipe has a different installation instruction. And it makes it tough for myself to inspect these products, knowing that they're sold in hardware stores across the state of Maryland, when I don't know that a master plumber gas fitter is not installing these products. It's a safety hazard. That's.
And sir, would you mind just identifying yourself?
I'm sorry, my name is Michael Fleming.
Great, thank you. Delegate Sun, do you want to bring up the other members of your panel as a rotation, and then we'll do questions? Does that work?
Sure.
Great.
That would be great.
Please go ahead when you're ready.
Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Sarah Laird. I'm a widow of Battalion Chief Josh Laird. For the 2.5 years since my husband's death, my life has been unimaginably hard. I'm now a single mother raising 2 teen daughters while trying to ride the waves of grief. We've been to multiple therapists and grief programs. Our wounds are deep but gradually healing. The scars will remain forever. I'm here today because my husband's death was preventable, as was Lieutenant Nathan Flynn's. Not because either of them did anything wrong. My husband didn't have a chance while fighting the CSST fire. He was only a few feet inside of the door when the entire floor collapsed, trapping him in the basement in a raging inferno. He remained calm and professional right up to his last audible radio transmission, which was tell my family I love them. My greatest fear now is that another wife and family will join us in our living hell. Along with grieving, I have spent the last 2 years educating myself and researching CSST fires. To date, I have documented 22 CSST fires in Maryland in the past 5 years. I promise you that this is just the tip of the iceberg, as there is no existing mechanism for tracking this trend. I am confident the actual number is much higher. I find it unimaginable that given all of the data from actual fires over the past 15+ years, this industry has been allowed to continue to operate largely unchecked. It seems everyone's turning a blind eye to science and data, allowing the CSST industry to spend more on misinformation, false testimony by so-called experts and lobbyists instead of developing safer products. I don't want you to have to attend a funeral and tell the family that you had a chance to prevent their loved one's death. I am asking you for a favorable report. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and committee members, thank you for allowing me to be here today. I am Karen McMahon, and I am a resident citizen of the state of Maryland and a fire victim who resides in Southern Maryland. July 9th of 2021 will be a date that will be engraved in my life, in my husband's, and in my children's for the rest of our lives. The day started like any other in loving chaos. However, it ended in numbing pain. As I stood outside of our home, watching firemen struggle to find the fire, which is typical in a CSST fire, smoke poured from our roof. Although I denied this could actually be happening to me, it in fact was. You see, at that time, I had been a volunteer fireman at a local fire department for over 20 years, a fire investigator for 14 years. And if that wasn't enough, my husband is also a career and volunteer fireman. So with our combined over 40 years of knowledge, how could we have failed our own family? How could we have allowed this to happen in our own home? Our home was less than 5 years old, so we knew we had the best of it, but we had failed. How? Trust. Because we trusted that the new home was safe. We trusted that the contractors and the manufacturers had done the best that they could to produce the safest and most effective products. Even though CSST had been deemed unsafe by the fire industry, we still trusted. We trusted the manufacturers of the CSST product had done the right thing by taking extra safety precautions and using a higher testing standard, and that the CSST perhaps was not even being utilized any longer. However, it was not true, and CSST was in our home. As I stood there and watched my own home burn to the ground, all my trust was shattered. I had witnessed the scene so many times before in my career, but now I was the victim and I was the new statistic. It was an out-of-body experience that I never want to go through again. I knew with each broken window, each new hole, and the collapse of the floor, again common, that our world was shattering. And for those reasons, I encourage that you give a favorable passing and look for the safety and the citizens of the state of Maryland in future homes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Craig Matthews. I'm a fire investigator in Howard County, Maryland. And in 2018, I led the investigation into the 7005 Woodscape Drive that claimed the life of Lieutenant Nathan Flynn. What we determined through that investigation was a large lightning strike had struck a tree to the rear of the residence, unearthing the soil, creating a 6-inch trench from the tree to the underground propane tank, and then transferred the energy into the house, causing a failure of the CSST beneath the living room floor. The issue with the CSST is because it's routed in concealed spaces, there is a typically a long period of time that the fire burns in these structures before it is recognized and before somebody can call 911 to report it. So there's typically a 30 to 60-minute burn time before these fires are even being recognized and people are able to call 911. When we had done some field testing to the CSST, and I brought some samples to share with the committee today. Just for example, this is what's currently legal on the market in the state of Maryland. And we can see that there is an arc hole from lightning in this one piece of tubing. This created a 14-inch flame when we put an open flame to the escaping vapors of this. So it's essentially a 14-inch torch that is coming out of this tubing and that is attacking the flooring systems and the walls of our structures. I've seen time and time again where we have seen this CSST fail and is causing millions of dollars of damage to our residents in the state of Maryland. So not only is it causing millions of dollars of damage with the insurance companies and the residents, but the insurance companies aren't covering all of the cost of the damages that these families are facing, as well as all the memories that these families are losing with photographs or anything other that is memorializing their life previously to this fire. So I ask for a favorable report, that I urge you for a favorable report to move this legislation forward. And if anybody would like to, I'm certainly happy to pass around what 1027 is covering, as well as what's currently legal in the state of Maryland.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, and members of the committee. I'm not going to get into all the statistics and what we've just heard. I can't compete with that, but I am here to tell you a few things. Number one, I'm the legislative chair for the Maryland State Firefighters Association. We represent about 25,000 volunteer firefighters across the state. That's number one. Number two, I'm a 45-year veteran as a volunteer firefighter. So I've seen a few of these things that they talk about. What I will tell you, and I want to leave you with this. In the fire service, we have a saying, if you can predict it, you can prevent it. And that's what we live by. We try to learn, and then we try to take that knowledge and prevent the next time. We know the problem. We know it exists. We've seen it happen. And we know that unchecked, it will happen again. So what's the prevention? The prevention is a better product. And you've heard several times, there is a better product available. All we need is the assistance and the help from this committee. A favorable report, move it back to the floor. And let's move this bill on. And let's prevent this from happening again as best we can. We're never going to prevent everything, but we should prevent what we can. And getting a favorable report from this committee will go a long ways to do that. Thank you very much.
And sir, would you mind just identifying yourself? You didn't give your name at the beginning.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I did. Okay, my name is Robert Phillips, sir.
Great, thank you. And is Celeste Flynn here, Delegate Stein? I think she's the only person you had on your panel.
No, she wasn't able to make it.
Okay. Well, before I get to questions, Mrs. Lair, let me just say to you and your two daughters, I know the whole committee, gives our condolences and also appreciates that you're turning something so awful into something positive that can, keep others from being in your position. So thank you for speaking up. I know it's not easy to do. With that, are there any questions for the sponsor or the panel? Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm not sure who's best to answer this question, but could somebody explain a little bit what the LC 1027 testing criteria is and how that's tested and more?
Sorry, Delegate Stein, would you mind just coming back up to the table for purposes of questions? You can decide who should answer, but I think you should be up there. Sorry, Delegate Ruth, didn't mean to interrupt you.
No worries. It was just a lot of information coming very quickly, and if I could understand a little better what the LC 1027 testing criteria is.
Sure, I'll defer to
Thank you.
one of my panelists.
Good afternoon again. These are both the 1024 and the 1027 are ICC evaluation services. They're listing criteria to meet what is covered in the ICC gas code for corrugated stainless steel to meet the LC1 standard. These are criteria that they have to meet one or the other. The 1024 is designed to withstand 4.5 coulombs of energy, which is how lightning is measured. Okay, the 1027 standard and how it is tested, it's specifically tested for lightning strikes. And it's all right here. I'd be happy to pass this along so you guys can read it. I did submit it. It is tested for direct lightning strikes. The LC 1024 is not.
Okay. And so the LC 1024 is more commonly used.
Yes,
And so essentially this testing has to do with conductivity.
yes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Delegate Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I want to thank all of the panel members for being here as the primary sponsor back in 2022. It's good to see, I shouldn't say good to see you. I'm happy to see Mrs. Laird, you're still active in getting some of these things done. My question is relevant. I guess maybe Mr. Fleming might be able to answer this as well. Does the criteria for the testing, does that cause any problems with code inspection, or is the inspection of the materials based upon the LC 1027, is it going to cause any problems with inspections of the houses in making sure we don't have anything less than the 1027 criteria in the future?
I'm sorry, I left too early. Okay. So as far as code is concerned, please remember that the code is the minimum standards. The LC 1024 does meet code. The 1027 also meets code under the ANSI LC1.
If I can have one quick follow-up. Can you tell us if the lightning that struck the homes that caused a devastation from Mrs. Laird and Mrs. Flynn, if we had this bill in place at that point, do you think those two fires could have been prevented?
I think,
Delegate.
yeah.
Delegate Holmes, I believe I can answer that question for you, as I was part of both investigations and I led the Howard County investigation. This multi-layer CSST is tested to 36 coulombs. I don't believe there's any testing criteria beyond the 36 coulombs. However, I have a test report that is an independent test report that has all of the different manufacturers of CSST. And we continuously see what is currently legal. The counter-strike CSST is consistently failing at 4.5 coulombs. The multi-layer, that is withstanding up to 100 coulombs of energy from the lightning strike. So in both cases, that would have protected both of these fires from occurring.
Thank you very much. That's what I was anticipating. Thank you very much.
Vice Chair Boyce.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for being here and advocating for this. I guess I'm curious about the types of homes that this piping is installed in. Newer homes, older homes. You mentioned that both are the standard, but one is more of a standard as it relates to withstanding lightning strikes. So help me just understand where we would find more of these standard installs, but the ones that are causing potential fires.
Sure. I'm the Frederick County Chief Plumbing Inspector and gas. CSST is installed in everything you can think of, from service calls to adding gas lines to new residents to commercial. It is installed in every type of construction I have seen in Frederick County.
Okay, but is it when we're talking about upgrading equipment, like are these in older homes? Like, I guess I'm trying to look for the timeline or the date of the 1024s. Is that just like, I have a house that's 100 years old, like a row home. Is it in that house, I'm assuming, or I'm just trying to get an idea?
If they've ever replaced any gas lines, it very well could be.
Okay. And then I forgot who said this, but it was a track that there's been 22 fires in Maryland in the last 5 years. I'm assuming, unfortunately, the 2 fatalities were I guess I'm curious about the fatalities, and I'm curious about potentially was this newer construction, older construction? What are the other kind of factors that would continue to contribute to these fires, given the 1024?
So I have done research myself. And
Yes,
so when
ma'am.
I tell you that I've confirmed 22 fires, that means I've gotten confirmation from someone at the fire marshal's office within that county or within the department at a chief level to say to me, yes, Sarah, this was a CSST fire. Every one of them I have a different amount of information on,
Okay,
because not always, there's no place on the fire reports. What I can tell you is it's all different kinds of homes.
okay,
Single family homes, apartment buildings, townhouses. It runs the gamut. There was even one home that actually had a lightning protection system installed where they put the lightning rods on top of the roof, and that's supposed to protect that home from any lightning. And that house still failed.
Wow.
The CSST still failed in that home.
okay. Thank you.
Specific to the 2 fire fatalities in Frederick County, the first one existed or occurred in what we would call legacy construction or traditional construction. The second fire, the fire that took Battalion Chief Laird, was modern construction with lighter weight building materials. The key of both fires is the topic that Captain Matthews mentioned with the extended burn times that we're seeing with these fires. In both of those fires, the substructure of the floor was eliminated by fire prior to the fire department even arriving, effectively booby trapping the house and causing folks to fall through the floor. So it's important to note, as the chief plumbing inspector mentioned, that you'll find this stuff everywhere. And the issue is the extended burn time once the fire begins, violating the substructure of the floor and causing peril for both the residents and the firefighters.
And one more question, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind. And given that if and when folks are updating to the 1027 and I guess having the testing, as I'm understanding this, would there have to be an additional construction component to subfloors?
No, there's
Okay.
nothing tied to the construction of the home.
Okay,
The point being the better testing standards
yes.
lead to a more rigorous product that's going to withstand the electrical insult that the lighter grade CSST cannot withstand.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Delegate Morgan.
Mr. Chair, ignorance is, I'm trying to figure out how to spell Coulomb. What is a Coulomb?
COLUMB.
Okay, well, since you've told me, you spelled it for me, can you tell us what a Coulomb is?
You want to cover it?
It's the only thing I can tell you honestly is it's how lightning is measured. It's measured in coulombs. I'll be honest with you, I didn't dig into that.
Go ahead,
So,
please.
so the one thing I can add on to that is there's really no equation for converting amps to coulombs. So just for an example, in some of the testing criteria that we see under the LC1 as well as the LC24 versus the LC 1027 is minimum peak current is approximately 1,000 amps. So if you think, about your household current and everything, so that's what the 1024 and the LC1 test is to. Now the 1027 is now tested to 30,000 amps. So it's 30 times stronger
100,000, okay.
than, if you think about coulombs, again, because there's not an equation to amps to coulombs. But if you think about the coulombs, it's 4.5 times is what it's being tested at for 1024 and LC1 compared to the 1027 is seven times greater because it's 36 coulombs.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you very much.
I also just want to say that for the 1024 standard, they're actually also seeing it fail at 120 volt household current. So just having a light in your house, in your attic, could cause failure.
some of the documents that I've left with Delegate Stein that he can share. There's a wide variety of testing that's documented by independent parties in this report. And you'll see where it is failing to the household current as well, where they're not really seeing it in this multi-layer CSST that meets the 1027 testing criteria.
Okay, thank you all. I do not see any further questions for this panel. We do have an unfavorable in-person witness, Ashley Andrus, Ward Manufacturing.
Good afternoon. My name is Ashley Andrus, and I am here representing Ward Manufacturing, which is a manufacturer of corrugated stainless steel tubing products based in Lawrenceville, Pennsylvania. I speak today in opposition to House Bill 503. First and foremost, ICC LC 1027 is not a national consensus standard. It was not developed through a sanctioned and open public process. It is a custom listing criteria bought and paid for by one manufacturer for their proprietary piping product for the sole purpose of gaining an evaluation by ICCES. The CSST product, currently covered by LC 1027, is protected by US patents and by threat of legal action by the manufacturer. The LC 1027 is not, nor has it ever been included in the International Fuel Gas Code for the purpose of recognizing an acceptable type of fuel gas piping. LC 1027 has already been litigated and rejected by the state of Maryland with the passage of House Bill 1052 in 2022. To my knowledge, there is not one state or local jurisdiction in the United States that recognizes or enforces LC 1027 when approving the use of corrugated stainless steel tubing. Proponents for LC 1027 have made numerous efforts to gain acceptance of this listing criteria to no avail, including a proposal to the NFPA 54 in order to recognize the LC 1027 listing criteria in lieu of the national consensus standard for CSST, which is ANSI CSA LC1. The proposal was debated, rejected both times. It was then submitted to the CSA Technical Committee of CSA LC1 standard to replace the requirements for arc-resistant jackets with the requirements contained in 1027. This proposal was debated and rejected.
Okay, thank you. Your time has expired, so thank you for being here. Are there any questions for this panelist? Delegate Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for joining us. So a couple of quick questions. First, was your product responsible for the deaths of either of the two firefighters we heard about? Was it involved in their deaths?
I don't know if it was specifically the Ward Manufacturing product. I just know that it was yellow CSST, which is not covered under the enhanced requirements of LC1 and LC 1024.
Okay, but you don't know what brand it was?
I do not.
Okay. And do you know, so these pipes, these that are approved under LC 1024, do you know if they've been subject to any litigation in court?
There have been cases over time, yes.
And how did those turn out?
I have not been directly involved with them.
Okay. And do you know if either of the firefighters we heard about today from Maryland, do you know if there was any litigation involving them?
I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just with respect to the, I think you alluded that, oh. Yeah, I think ma'am, your comment that this was a testing criteria that the manufacturer developed solely for its own benefit. I mean, I just want to ask you, you are aware that the Fire Service Membership Council, the National Association of State Fire Marshals, and the International Code Council have endorsed CSST of this rating, LC 1027.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I was just saying a wide range of fire safety groups have endorsed this standard. Are you familiar with that?
It is not technically a standard, though.
Testing criteria, I'm sorry, have endorsed the LC 1027 testing criteria.
That may be so, but it is not the national standard.
No, but, okay. And then let's see, with respect to your claim of being patented, you're where the manufacturer says there was no patent.
They have 49 patents.
But on the testing criteria, there is no patent.
No, but it is on the product itself.
But that does not prevent, there's no monopoly because the testing criteria itself are not patented. So therefore it can be, this type of tubing can be produced by any other manufacturer. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Nothing else, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Stein. Any further questions? Okay, thank you. That concludes the bill hearing on HB 503. We will now turn to HB 285, Delegate Holmes, Task Force on Property Appraisal and Valuation Equity Alterations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is HB 285. And Mr. Chair, HB 285 is a bill relevant to the Task Force on Property Appraisal and Valuation Equality and the alterations. And members of the committee, the only reason we have this in front of you is because there was a little bit of confusion in terms of the due dates in what the final report was supposed to have been with the department. And they have asked for a little bit of leniency with the final report, which is why the bill is here. And that's all it is.
Anything to add, Mr. Cook?
We want to thank the delegate for putting this bill in on our behalf. Appreciate it and giving us a little bit more time to complete this task.
Any questions for the sponsor, Mr. Cook? Okay, I do not see any. That concludes the bill hearing on HB 285. We'll now roll right into HB 286, Delegate Holmes, Task Force on Common Ownership Communities. And if you have any witnesses, please feel free to bring them up.
This is good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, what we have in front of us now is House Bill 286. This is a task force on task force on common ownership communities. We have been looking at a lot of condominium and HOA bills in this committee for a number of decades. And it has always been presented to me and to others that if we had a holistic approach to looking at all of these common ownership community issues, it would probably help us in getting a better understanding of some of the issues. This bill is a bill, like it indicates in its title, to create a task force to study all of these issues relevant to common ownership communities. The last task force on this particular issue that was done was created back in 2006. Task Force on Common Ownership Communities done in 2006. I would say that since 2006, a lot of things have changed since 2006. And we need to have a holistic approach and review of all of these issues that have taken place since that time that this last task force was taking place. And that's what this bill does. One thing I want to add, it has been suggested, or I have been asked to look at trying to reduce the amount of members on this task force. And I've looked at it, but it seems as if even though the task force the number of task force members in my bill is less than the task force in 2006, we still see other members or other organizations wanting to be a part of it. You'll notice in your package, you see the Maryland Realtors would like to have someone there on the task force. And you also will see in your package there that the Attorney General's office also has some suggestions on other members that might want to be involved in this task force. It is so important for us to grab our arms around the whole issue that I really think that a task force is needed for us to get a full understanding of the issues relevant to so many different fine points of common ownership community. And with that, Mr. Chair, I will close.
Thank you. I see at least two in person. Mr. Steinwittel, do you want to go ahead?
Hello, my name is William Steinwittel. I'm the supervising attorney for the Foreclosure Legal Assistance Project at the Maryland Legal Aid Bureau. And we testify in strong support of House Bill 286, which would create the HOAs and Common Ownership Task Force. While most HOAs are well managed and represented by qualified counsel, there are some issues that we've noticed through our representation of homeowners in both HOA collection cases and HOA foreclosure cases. One major issue is that HOAs tend to switch management, the people that handle their billing, quite frequently. And this causes a lot of confusion, especially amongst elderly homeowners, that they don't know where to send their money. You know, they don't know where to send their monthly payment. And then as soon as they fall behind, then it becomes very hard for them to catch up. So we hope that the task force, if formed, would address, payment issues and making sure correct notice is provided to the homeowners. In addition, HOAs have a very favorable position under Maryland law in regards to collection. They're one of the few creditors that can they can get a lien without obtaining a judgment in circuit court or for district court first. They can, under the Maryland Contract Lien Act, they can obtain a lien right away. So because of the amount of power they have in regards to collection, I think making sure homeowners' rights are protected in regards to collection is a very important protection. And I think this task force would help make sure that those rights are preserved. So as I said, HOAs are growing in popularity, especially in suburban Washington. So given that they are how a lot of homeowners own their homes now, we believe it's important to make sure that the homeowners' rights are protected, and we urge a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the sponsor or this witness? I do not see any, so thank you, Delegate Holmes. I don't know if Lisa May for the Maryland Realtors is here. Is she in the room? Okay, well, that concludes the bill hearing on HB 286. We'll now turn to HB 309, which is Delegate Healy, Cooperative Housing Corporations. Delegate Healy is out sick. Her staff is also having some health issues. So I believe we have Grayson Wiggins is going to briefly present the bill on her behalf.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Grayson Wiggins here on behalf of CAI Maryland. We thank Delegate Healy for bringing the bill, and we hope she feels better soon. This is a bill that it passed the House unanimous last year, and it got stuck in the Senate after crossover. It does have a Senate cross-file this year, though. It generally will align co-ops, the dispute settlement process for co-ops with HOAs and condos by extending the abatement period, establishing that the board has to have a hearing upon the request of an owner, and it establishes certain notice requirements as well in relation to that hearing. And so we are here in full support. I would also note that I believe Kathleen Elmore is joining us virtually, who's an expert in the industry and happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Great. Before I bring up the virtual witness, any questions for the sponsor's designee here? The Vice Chair says you're doing a fine job. So
I was going to do a full 7 minutes, but I decided to cut back.
Why don't we bring up our virtual witness, Kathleen Elmore? He is having trouble connecting, so I think we will have to move on. So thank you, Grayson. And we will bring up, we have an in-person favorable amendment witness, Nelda Fink. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Committee members, thank you for having me here today. I agree with most of the verbiage in this bill and see that it is aligning with the homeowner, the other common ownership community statutes. My name is Nelda Fink. I'm sorry. My name is Nelda Fink. I'm a homeowner, unit owner in a common ownership community in Millersville, Maryland. However, with this bill, in the US, due process is a right of all individuals, and there are very specific steps to take to ensure the individual receives due process. Not following these steps can easily be challenged in court, no matter what the statutes state. In other words, if the statutes overlook due process, it could end up in a uncomfortable situation. So what I see missing in this bill is the term serve as opposed to the term send. And they took out the term serve, which has very specific meanings in a court of law, and changed it to the word send. And this eliminates some of the due process that a homeowner has a right to have. So if even if you change the word to notice instead of send, that would help. Basically, what it boils down to is the sender has the obligation. The sender has the obligation to ensure the intended recipient did in fact receive the notice. That's a part of due process. So some wording changes need to be made in here so that it doesn't necessarily say send, but provides the details that the notice must be sent via U.S. registered mail and that a signature of the receiver must be obtained, proving that the receiver did in fact receive the notice. But to align with the due process steps, the sender of the notice must obtain some proof that the recipient received the notice. Otherwise, due process is not being followed. Making these corrections protects both the property owner and the governing body. And with those corrections, I ask for a favorable report.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this witness? Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any luck with our virtual witness? Okay. That concludes the bill hearing on HB 309. We'll now turn to HB 366. Delegate Smith, restrictions on use, solar collector systems alteration. If you have a panel, feel free to bring them up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, distinguished members of the committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Stephanie Smith, and I'm here to present House Bill 366. Now, this is a bill that was passed in this posture by this particular committee as well as the House, but unfortunately, it got stuck in JPR right after crossover. This year, we do have a cross file in the Senate, and so this is really a bill that clarifies what is unreasonable in terms of a prohibition on the installation of a solar collector system. Current statute says it's unreasonable if it poses a significant increase in cost for installation or a significant decrease in kind of the energy production. So what this bill seeks to do is clarify what is significant so that when community associations and related organizations are making decisions about whether to accept or prohibit the installation of a similar type of solar collector system, they have some actual guardrails. I believe you'll appreciate that term of our Mr. Chair. And so a significant increase in cost would be a cost that's 5% over the projected cost of the initially proposed installation, and a significant reduction in energy generated would be 10% below the projected energy generation in the initial proposal. So we're just basically, instead of using words like significant, we're clarifying what's a significant increase in cost, a significant reduction in energy generated. And we're also, for those who are receiving a no on an installation requests, they are able to provide documentation from an independent solar panel installation provider who has been properly certified. This was an amendment made by this committee last year to ensure that if you want to counter, that you are provided an independent specialist, and they need to have done 30 solar collection system reviews in the past 3 years. So we want someone with relevant near-term expertise around assessing the validity of a significant increase or significant decrease in either cost or power generated. So I hope that this bill can again receive favorable support from this committee, and I thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Grayson Wiggins, again, on behalf of CAI Maryland. We thank Delegate Smith for bringing the bill, and we are here in full support. She did a great job explaining it, better than I could have, us too.
Excellent. Any questions for the sponsor or her panelist? Okay, I do not see any. Yes, thank you, Delegate Smith. I know we have a virtual witness favorable, Hillary Collins. Oh, she's not here. I'm sorry. Thanks, Sarah. All right, well, that concludes the bill hearing then. Delegate Smith, thank you. We'll now turn to HB 402. Is Delegate Grammer here? All right, well now, Delegate Grammer's not here, is he? Okay, Delegate Long, you ready? We'll turn to HB 502. Public safety, fire dampers, smoke dampers, combination fire smoke dampers, and smoke control systems.
My panelists, Mr. Chair, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and colleagues. Thank you so much. For the record, I'm Delegate Jeffrey E. Long Jr., and I'm here for a bill that was heard by this great committee last year. It is HB 502, fire dampers, smoke dampers, combination fire smoke dampers, and smoke control systems. I'm testifying in support and asking for this body to give a favorable report for this bill. It will help to address, I believe, what is an often misunderstood topic and concept. Our communities rely on the integrity of fire life safety systems to protect lives and property. Yet the current landscape of safety inspections and maintenance for fire dampers, smoke dampers, and smoke control systems must show consistent standards. Again, I want to highlight that fact that they have to show consistent standards and practices. This inconsistency endangers our constituents and undermines our efforts towards sustainable development and energy efficiency. HB 502 proposes a comprehensive approach to address these challenges by requiring American National Standards Institute, which is ANSI, certification for professionals inspecting these critical systems. We ensure a high standard of competency and reliability. Furthermore, the bill's mandate for inspections every 4 years will guarantee ongoing compliance and functionality, significantly reducing the risk of catastrophic failures during emergencies. Investing in safety and efficiency of our buildings aligns with our broader goals of environmental protection and energy conservation. Properly maintained and inspected fire life safety systems also contribute to the overall energy efficiency of buildings, reducing unnecessary air leakage and supporting our efforts to combat climate change. HB 502 is more than a regulatory measure. It is a commitment to Maryland's safety, well-being, and environmental future. I ask this body for a favorable report. I want to also highlight the fact too that this bill has been amended. You have some amendments in your floor system. The amendments will significantly address the fiscal note concerns, and I believe that you'll see as our expert panel of witnesses will further elaborate that this is something that should already be done, and so it will already be worked in within our current budget process. And so again, I want to thank you all for your time and attention, and I'll turn to our panel.
Okay. Good afternoon, committee and vice chair or chair. My name is Tom Killeen. I'm a business representative for Smart Local Union 100. I represent about 2,000 sheet metal workers. For 25 years of my 45-year career as a journey sheet metal person, I performed testing, balancing, commissioning of mechanical air handling systems. And over the years, I've seen probably thousands of dampers that don't work. They're either, there's a linkage that usually breaks. There are a lot of times there's pipes, Coke bottles, 2x4s things stuck in dampers to prop them open. They're installed incorrectly, upside down, backward, you name it, dirt, just filled with dirt, you name it, I've seen it. But what I'd like to speak about is actually the fiscal note. And as the delegate said, there's an amended bill. And the issue that the fiscal writers had was the fact that they thought that this work had to be done in all in 1 year. And what the amendment says is it doesn't have to be. You can do, if you have 100 dampers in your buildings, you can do your you can do 25 dampers a year. We just want to see you get to all 100 dampers over the 4-year period. So therefore, there'd be no fiscal note because the fact that the state of Maryland says they're doing the testing. So if they're not doing the testing, they're not in compliance with NFPA number 1 and NFPA number 80 and 105. And if they were not to do the testing, we calculate the state of Maryland have about 10,385 dampers. The cost to actually do this work would be roughly $625,000 a year, each year over a 4-year period. So they're either doing the testing or they're not. And what we're asking is that this testing be done by a certified. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
For the record, Christopher Roof, Director of Education, National Energy Management Institute, or known as NEMI. Chairman Corman and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony for HB 502. One of NEMI's goals is to work with the public on the definition of a healthy building and what that takes, meaning that when each of you walked in the building today, you assume certain things. There'd be proper ventilation, filtration. You went and got a drink from the drinking fountain. It was safe to drink from. Along with that comes the fire life safety system. You are assuming that if an event happens, everything will work the way they will. The majority of my career, much like Mr. Colleen, was being the eyes and the ears for the engineer and the inspector of what's actually happening and crawling in places of the buildings that most people don't want to crawl. As an experienced field technician, I can tell you that a significant number of fire life safety dampers and smoke control systems do not function as they're supposed to. These systems are critical for people to get out of the building during an event and also for our first responders to get into a building to get to people during an event. They depend on them working as designed. Now, I can show you plenty of pictures and issues and tell you bad stories about this. However, you really need to look at what the facts are from third-party data. The University of Maryland put out a report in 2021, showed that 53% of fire smoke dampers did not function in existing buildings the way that they're supposed to. 41% of existing building stairways, where they're supposed to maintain a pressure so no smoke gets in the stairways, did not work. So think about that. 4 out of 10 stairs that you go in an event don't work the way they're supposed to. 53% of fire smoke dampers. It'd be unacceptable for any other device. If you said that about sprinklers, fire extinguishers, unacceptable. The second comment I wanted to make was that unfortunately, inspectors do not have all the time in the world, and they need to depend on the people doing these reports. That is why HB 502 specifically puts in workforce standards. So when an inspector looks at a 500-page report, they can know who did this. This is already set precedents in the way you inspect elevators. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Chair and Committee, thank you for letting me have a moment to speak to you. I'm Tom Skinner. I'm the first Vice President of Professional Firefighters of Maryland and a 32-year fire lieutenant with the city of Baltimore, where I'm still active. Professional Firefighters of Maryland represents over 10,000 career fire service members across the state, including our retirees. I would also like to take a moment to thank Delegate Long for sponsoring this very vital piece of fire safety legislation. You have my written testimony. I also included as part of my testimony the report that the previous speaker highlighted. This legislation, in brief, is life safety. These inspections, we expect that they're already being done. There's just not good documentation. These, as Brother Clean had already spoken to, the NFPA standards, 80, 92, and 105 have already documented that this is a requirement, but we don't have anything locally that's checking up on that, which is why we're in the position that we're in. I appreciate your time. The reliability of fire dampers, smoke dampers, and smoke control system shows you just how far behind we are on this. I urge a favorable recommendation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gorman and Vice Chair Boyce and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony here. I have provided a written testimony, so I will be brief in my comments. My name is Eli Howard. I'm here representing the Sheet Metal and Air Conditioning National Contractors Association. We are an international trade association that represents over 3,500 contractors worldwide with 100 chapters throughout the United States, Canada, Australia, Europe, and Brazil. Our membership includes thousands of leading contractor corporations specializing in complex design, build, construction projects for the residential, commercial, institutional, and industrial levels for both public, state, private, and on the federal level. In my role as the Executive Director of Technical Services, I lead the development of standards through the American National Standards Institute consensus base for documents that are adopted into the model building codes, specifically the International Code Council and also the Uniform Mechanical Code out west. These are the basis, the standards that we develop through ANSI for the Maryland Building Performance Standards. We produce over 40 different consensus-based standards for HVAC, architectural, industrial, energy efficiency, and indoor air quality. Our most recent release was our fire smoke damper and radiation manual. It's our 4th edition of that particular document. Our document does require compliance with the National Fire Protection Association Standard 80, Standard 105, and more importantly, Underwriters Laboratories UL 555 requirement for fire and smoke dampers. This ensures the requirements for proper installation, service, and lifetime maintenance and inspection of all fire dampers will be enforced. This standard that we've developed is incorporated in the I-codes, which have been adopted by the state of Maryland into their performance codes. We think that this legislation will help provide for both a resilient facility, one that meets the, thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman, Vice Chair, committee members for your time here today. Delegate Long for bringing this critical piece of legislation before the committee. My name is Joseph Pickens. I'm the training director for Sheet Metal Workers Local 100. We have about 400 apprentices that we currently provide training to an additional 2,000 members of journey workers and classified workers here in the state of Maryland. The program that I run, it addresses a lot of the problems that you've heard before. What we do is we provide a pathway for workforce development, for training for our membership. We familiarize them with the National Fire Protection codes, some of the ones you've heard about, codes from the American Society Heating, Refrigeration, Air Conditioning Engineers. We provide them a 48-hour course, hands-on maintenance training. We incorporate augmented reality, and this prepares them for a certification test that's approved by the American National Standards Institute. Currently, we have over 130 certified technicians that are ready to do this work, when it gets done. They're employed by almost 40 different contractors here within the state of Maryland. We do have a workforce in place that will address a lot of the problems. I would propose that we have a favorable vote on this bill to let those technicians get out, the ones that have the experience that are willing to go to places that inspectors oftentimes don't go, to activate these workers and to let them do what they've been trained to do and certified to do. I appreciate your time here. Thank you very much.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I want to thank you for giving me the time and the opportunity to provide favorable testimony regarding HB 502. My name is Jeff Parks, and I too work for the Sheet Metal and Air Conditioning Contractors Association. So I won't go into the background. You heard that from Eli. I've been in the HVAC industry for over 30 years. And in my current role at SMACNA, it includes training on the proper installation of fire life safety dampers. But in a previous life, I was a Maryland-based contractor, sheet metal contractor that employed certified fire life safety and smoke damper technicians who performed this work in buildings in Maryland. And we're far too prevalent. You know, we saw the issues that these fire life safety dampers had as documented in the Maryland reliability study. On many occasions, the dampers were installed incorrectly, had no or limited access, broken fusible links, debris blocking the damper function, broken damper shafts, inoperable actuators. The list goes on. And many times those deficiencies required the dampers to be completely replaced. Had those dampers that I just described remained in service unchecked in the building during a fire life safety event, could have been catastrophic to not only the occupants, but also the first responders responding to that event. As I previously stated, I'm in full support of this, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Just for record, was there someone who replaced Kurt Schneider?
Excuse me, he was unable to make it.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, no problem. We do have two questions. We'll go with Delegate Naraki and then Delegate Allen, and then I think Delegate Holmes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate, thank you for the bill. I appreciate the spirit of the bill, but obviously you alluded to it. One of the things that kind of took me back was looking at that fiscal note. Could you walk me through how some of the amendments address that fiscal note, how that'll bring that number down?
Sure.
For the record, Chris Rook, Director of Education for NAMI. So the fiscal note, when you look at the fiscal note going through, it makes the comment that the requirement that all existing dampers be tested within 1 year results in additional cost to affected state agencies. So to clarify there, what was saying was that 1 year from the time the bill is passed, you need to do all of your dampers all at once. So they were saying that's going to be the cost. If you read further, it says in future years, it is assumed that staggered testing schedules already used to comply with existing standards enable state agencies to comply with the bill's requirements at no additional cost. So the amendment took away the miscommunication there that you have to do everything in 1 year. You just need to start doing your staggering in 1 year, which also applies to both the concerns from organizations like BOMA as well for private and state buildings, because if you're already doing this work, then you just continue doing what you're doing, but with qualified people. Where you see a cost come in as a technician, I can tell you, is if you have not been doing this work ever and not been complying with the law, that's when you have a problem.
Sure, but wouldn't there still be some cost? I mean, even if we're spreading it out over a 4-year period, wouldn't you assume though that there's still some cost in that every year that there are some inspections there? I'm just trying to understand how there'd be no cost.
Yeah, so I would say that there's always cost to anything. But the fact is that if you are already doing this, say every 4 years, you're doing 25% of your dampers, well, then you're already doing the work. Now there is also talk in here about meaning the cost of additional inspection. What I would encourage the state to do is look at what inspection they're already doing. So for instance, if you're doing an annual fire inspection for this building and I say, okay, I need to see your sprinklers, I need to see your elevator permits, I need to see your fire extinguishers. At that time, I just have an extra checkbox that says I need to see your fire smoke dampers. But that is why also you want to have that certified technician so you can trust that 500-page report, which is what we already have precedents for several other parts of inspection.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate, thanks for bringing this bill back. I remember from last year. If you could just refresh my memory, like we all know like the goal here overall is safety, obviously fire safety. And there was some talk too about how dampeners can malfunction or fail. Can you kind of explain how they're supposed to function in a perfect world and what the inspection is going to look at those points of failure?
Perfect question. Thank you. If you don't mind, I'll let Colleen just demonstrate very briefly.
Yeah, I brought along a small fire damper just to show you, but there's several different types. There's motorized dampers, smoke fire dampers also. A lot of times just from work hardening, the rod, the screws, the set screws on them will come loose and what will happen, the motor will drive and that damper will stay stuck in place. With the type that I brought, it's just what they call a guillotine damper. And what you have here is that you have a link, and what happens in case of a fire, this link melts at 165 degrees and this damper drops, which I can demonstrate. But what happens over time, in addition to this, is this link is under constant pressure, and just by the constant pressure, this link often breaks.
Mhm.
And so that's part of the reason for having a lot of times, to go through and survey these and test them and make sure they work. The other thing is, what'll happen to the building engineer, he might have 5 or 6 buildings he takes care of. He'll take a 2x4 and jam it up in here when he doesn't have a link and then forgets about it and so on and so forth and so many other things. But once the link melts, what happens is it drops and it cuts off the air. So therefore air can't penetrate through and can't feed the fire.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. I appreciate the visual aids.
Madam Chair, if I can just briefly chime in and just say that is what helps to prevent fatalities during fires. Smoke inhalation is what contributes to individual generally sometimes losing their lives in catastrophic events such as that. And so this helps to, of course, eliminate that.
We thank you so much for the guillotine. Yes, Delegate Holmes and then Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my question was also relevant to the fiscal note. As I understand it, the state already has to do inspections of buildings. Am I correct in doing that?
That's correct. They already do fire sprinkler, fire alarm, and elevator testing.
So they can do these tests at the same time as they do the other tests that they're required to do anyway, can't they?
Well, yeah, they can actually do it prior to the fire authority being there. And what you would receive is a report, a short report that states that all XYZ dampers have been checked and they've been fixed or working properly at the point in time. You have a third party, and that's why we asked for an ANSI certified technician to do this work. But it doesn't have to take any more time of, let's say, the fire marshal, if the fire marshal's there, or the local authority. It doesn't take any more time. They don't have to go around to each damper. Just collecting the paper and make sure you have a third party that's certified in doing this work.
And then the certification, if I may, Madam Chair, and then the certification, all they do is just check the box and everything is done. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing this bill back. I also remember it from last
Thank you.
year, and it seems very important safety issue to me. I apologize, I missed the first part of your presentation. I was at a bill hearing, so maybe you covered this, but the state police have a informational testimony which has what seems to me several technical issues. I wonder if you'd had a chance to see that, if you've talked to the state police at all.
I would love for Chris to elaborate on that. Thank you so much.
For the record, Christopher Rook, NEMI. So I did take a look at the State of Maryland Department of Police, and I of course respect their comments, and a lot of them have some validity that we should address here. The first one that they did was they mentioned the word fire chiefs was added in. Now this is added in as who's responsible for it. They added in the word fire chiefs. They're saying that that doesn't really work for Maryland. That's something that I believe the bill writer added just simply to cover as many possibilities that could be out there. But I don't see any reason that that couldn't be looked at. I believe it's strong. The second one was that it's already required to meet these certain specifications, right? You're already required to do NFPA 80, 105, 92. That's exactly true. But once again, this is like a stop sign that you have in front of your house that people are blasting by. The fact is the law's there. It's just people aren't doing it. So what do we do to solve that problem? But they did bring up a specific section for that 9-1003 subsection 3 that has been since removed in the latest version. So I believe that their issue with that should be done. The definition, they brought up the definition for a combination fire smoke damper in section 9-1001B. This one is, I would recommend the adoption of the NFPA or the SMACNA definition. Just to be very clear and in line. It's my understanding the bill writer was a little concerned about if they could use the exact language of NFPA, but the point that they brought up here is valid, and I think that it should be looked at to just change the language to meet what's already put out there by standard organizations. The next one that was in there was that the State Fire Prevention Code already establishes procedures through reference of the same applicable NFPA standard. So basically you're telling me, hey, you need to do it this, and this way to do these fire dampers and these smoke control systems. It's already in there. The problem is it's just not being done. And there's also a lot of confusion out in the field of what counts as a smoke control test. So sometimes I'll go into buildings and they'll say, well, I went to the panel and the panel turned green and red and it works. But you look at NFPA 92 that's called out by NFPA 1 under Maryland, it says that you're supposed to go measure the airflow, you're supposed to check the pressures, you're doing physical tests, not just seeing if a panel comes on. So I think having some clarification there, that might be part of a problem, is that there's misunderstandings by building owners of what they're supposed to do. They mean to do the right thing, they just don't know. Lastly would be that the fire marshal is not currently staffed with adequate personnel or administrative means to perform such duties. I think this was brought up by Mr. Holmes of that, looking at, well, what are we doing already? We want to do this efficiently. I don't think anyone's here just to create bureaucracy or additional tasks, but what are we doing already and how can we include that? And that's something I know NEMI, but several of the organizations here would be willing to work to try to come up with a way, say having a very simple cover sheet that's statewide. That way it's very simple across the board. You look at it quickly during your inspection and you can see how many failed, how many were fixed, how many passed.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions for this panel?
And Madam Chair, can I just address it briefly? Last comment.
Very briefly, sir.
Thank you so much. The amendments, again, Delegate Ruth, do address the state police concerns, and I'll make sure the committee receives a delineated copy, reprint with all of the amendments interwoven within. Thank you.
And ensure the chair of the subcommittee gets that as well.
Yes.
Thank you. And if that concludes this panel, there is one favorable with amendment testimony from a Grayson Wiggins, MMHA.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Grayson Wiggins here on behalf of my client, Maryland Multi-Housing Association. Thank you to Delegate Long for meeting with us before the bill hearing. You guys have a lot of witnesses today. I'll just say we're good with the sponsor's amendment as it applies to clarifying the application of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Wiggins? Seeing none, that concludes the hearing for HB 502. We will go back up to HB 402, Delegate Grammars. Do you have a panel, sir?
I don't, but I'd welcome up anybody for for time's sake.
That works.
I'll get started if it's okay with you.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. For the record, Delegate Robin Kramer here to present House Bill 402. House Bill 402 puts in place nuisance and breach of lease actions for rodent harborage. I recently found a news broadcast from the 1980s. It discussed a property in which the tenants lived with rat and mice infestations. The tenants lived with a chronic problem until the local news agency broadcast the fact that management was shirking its obligations. The problems were fixed several hours after the broadcast. There's been a lot of time between now and the 1980s, but this problem exists in my district and especially around the Baltimore region. Damage resulting from rat harborage is not only disgusting, it is a threat to community and public health. It is the ultimate sign of a tipping point. A single property that harbors rats can be a terror to the surrounding street or block. A property that harbors rats is usually the primary driver for a person or family to move from an area. In Maryland, you can file for injunctive relief for nuisance abatement. House Bill 402 declares that rat harborage is a nuisance, adding it to the list of items for which a party may receive injunctive relief. The bill also defines the term and specifies the availability of relief and damages. The change from last year is the breach of lease action. People living with rodent harborage frequently ask, what can I do to stop living with rats? This bill attempts to provide an answer. We attempted, Delegate Stein had asked that we talk to the folks who were in opposition last year. We've worked with them during the interim and we've tried to address all the concerns. However, there's always the whack-a-mole effect, and I expect there'll be some additional concerns. With that, I would ask we not let communities fall past the tipping point and that we protect private property. With that, I'd be happy to take questions and ask for a favorable on House Bill 402.
Delegate Grammer, are there any questions for Delegate Grammer? I do not see any. There is an in-person favorable witness, Catherine Howard with Regional Management, Inc.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Kathy Howard. I'm General Counsel for Regional Management, Inc. We have several townhouse communities in Delegate Grammer's district. We certainly thank him for the amount of time that he has given us to work out some of the situations in this bill from last year. We are in favor of the bill. My written testimony is probably in your bill folder, but I'd like to say that it is interesting when you are a landlord and you are expected by code officials and everybody else to be able to eradicate rat and rodents in your properties. The problem is that it's not just the landlord's problem. It is also oftentimes a problem because of the habits of the tenants. You cannot simply walk into a property and with an exterminator and simply get rid of the problem. You need the cooperation of your tenant. And there are some pictures that are appended to my testimony. I think they're very graphic. This was something that happened probably about a month and a half ago with one of our tenants who decided that she simply was not going to cooperate with us and the extermination team that was working on her place. Clutter, inadequate food storage, both human and pet food, failure to remove the pet waste in yards. All of those things are parts of what a tenant needs to do in these properties, and it's their responsibility, and they need to be held accountable for it. And the breach of lease part of this bill creates a balance for the landlord and for the tenant, and everybody is responsible, and we appreciate a favorable report in this case.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this panelist? I do not see any, so thank you for joining us. We have an unfavorable in-person witness, Zafar Shah from Maryland Legal Aid.
Well, thank you, Chair Corman, members of the committee. My name is Zafar Shah. I'm the Assistant Advocacy Director at Maryland Legal Aid for our Tenant Right to Counsel project, which represented over 2,000 Maryland households in eviction cases last year. We see in almost every case that our clients are dealing with this problem. So I appreciate the bill. I appreciate the intent of the bill and Delegate Grammer's commitment to his communities that he represents and the community associations and improvement associations in those districts. However, this bill puts tenants on the hook unfairly for neglect by property owners. The bill, frankly, to me and respectfully, I just disagree with Ms. Howard's testimony. I don't understand why we need a second breach of lease provision in Maryland when the existing real property code has a breach of lease section, which does allow a landlord to proceed for eviction for breach of the lease, which would include failures or reluctance, perhaps, of a tenant to allow remediation or repairs, or to do what's their performance obligation under a contract. This language in this bill seems to allow for terminating a tenancy midstream before expiration without having to prove that the tenant actually violated a lease clause in their lease. Instead, a landlord would have to show that a tenant contributed, the word is contributed, to rodent infestation. Many of our clients move into a property that has structural defects, latent defects that already had rodent harborage in the property, and they will, under this bill, have to show, without the benefit of discovery or other knowledge, they'll have to show that they were not the cause, but that somehow the existence of defects before their tenancy were the cause. So we urge an unfavorable report, unfortunately.
Again, I apologize. I missed Matt Hill from the Public Justice Center. You here as well. You can go ahead and testify, and then we'll do any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Matt Hill, attorney at the Public Justice Center. We are unfavorable on the bill. Also agree that rodent infestation is a huge problem in our communities and for the clients that we represent in particular. I don't have too much to add to what Zafar said, except that rodents, the factors involved in whether or not a tenant or a landlord caused a rodent infestation are significant and case by case. I've had a client who lived sandwiched in a row house between two vacants. And frankly, no matter what the landlord did or she did, the rodents were going to chew through those holes and get into the property where she was living with her children, and literally had the children, wake up with rat bites in the morning. So these issues are complex. There is a breach of lease statute. We don't name any other sort of breach in that statute. It outlines a process. It doesn't say what the breach is. And so this would be somewhat of an unprecedented move. And so we'd urge an unfavorable report because the existing mechanisms are sufficient.
Thank you both. Any questions? Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is for Mr. Shaw. Just so I understand, Mr. Shaw, so could you elaborate then when a tenant would be responsible? Because we've got some pictures here from Ms. Howard, I believe it was, that it's pretty bad conditions this person was living in. That seems to be something that they've created. So when does the tenant bear some responsibility in that process there?
So under the breach of lease statute 8-402.42.1, the management company would bring a breach of lease case. Their showing would be that the tenant was obligated under the lease terms to take certain actions, for instance, maintaining a clean home. We deal with that all the time. If a tenant did not do that, and the judge shows or decides that violation was substantial, that it warrants an eviction, then the tenant will be ordered out of the property. And the difference there is that the court's looking at the obligations under the contract, not simply the allegation that the tenant contributed to a rodent harborage. I think this is just a nuance, and it adds confusion to the existing situation we have in district court cases. So I would say that when we're looking at performance of a contract, we're looking at both sides. But under House Bill 402, we're only looking at one side and allowing on that basis that there could be a finding of a breach of lease in terms of cause of action for eviction. So I would fear, to put this succinctly, I would fear that under this bill, courts are ordering repossession of the property, not based on a finding that the lease was violated, but that there was contribution or causing a rodent harborage.
Right. So, but what I'm hearing from your response there is that there are situations where tenants can be responsible as well, right? So it's not just the landlord, but there are situations where it would be appropriate to hold a tenant responsible if they refuse to live in a cleanly environment, right? So we agree with that, right?
We agree that would be that's why we've had the breach of lease statute since I think 1976.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you both. That concludes the bill here on HB 402. We'll now turn to HB 480, Delegate Taylor, Real Property Land Installment Contracts, Requirements and Vendor Duties and Limitations. Welcome, Delegate Taylor.
Thank you. Good to see you. Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Kim Taylor, representing Prince George's County's District 23. HB 480 proposes to tighten up the language that deals with land installment contracts. A land installment contract is like a mortgage, but instead of using a traditional lender, a buyer is financed by a seller. Under this arrangement, a buyer takes over property management, repairs, and makes payments to the seller until they reach the agreed upon purchase price. Keep in mind, these contracts are private, informal agreements and are often the only choice for home ownership for individuals who are credit challenged or facing an emergency housing crisis. Clearly, there are benefits to both parties. However, historically, these contracts have been associated with predatory selling practices that exploit vulnerable and unsophisticated buyers. Fortunately, Maryland's current regulation framework provides some protection for buyers, but there remain critical gaps that expose land installment contract buyers to abusive seller practices. HB 480 addresses these gaps by requiring the contract to include the physical address of the property, the buyer and seller sign, date, and receive copies of the executed contract, and the seller completing a title search and disclosing the findings. You've seen this legislation before. Last year, this bill passed the House but stalled in the Senate. This year, we have a cross-file with Nick Charles. There's a hearing in a few days in the Senate, so we hope to get it through that chamber as well this session. So with that, I ask you to vote favorable to protect vulnerable home buyers one more time by voting yes to HB 480. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Kira Wolpone-Wellborn. I'm an Assistant Attorney General with the Consumer Protection Division. The division supports House Bill 480, sponsored by Delegate Taylor and many others, because the division has received complaints of unfair, abusive, and deceptive trade practices involving land installment contracts. House Bill 480 incorporates important protections for consumers entering into these contracts that increase transparency and affordability. Namely, House Bill 480 requires sellers to disclose material payment information, as well as the results of an independent title search, and importantly retains the requirements that sellers disclose any prior purchase price and any costs of renovations made to the property. Additionally, House Bill 480 permits consumers to complete the purchase once they have paid 20% of the original cash value of the property instead of 40%, thus allowing consumers to purchase the property earlier and increasing consumers' access to the property's equity. For these reasons, and for reasons provided in our written testimony, the division encourages the committee to issue a favorable report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the sponsor or her panelist? I do not see any. Thank you, Delegate Taylor. That concludes the bill hearing on HB 480. We'll now turn to HB 477, Delegate Wilkins, landlord and tenant, residential leases and holdover tenancies, local just cause termination provisions. And if you have a panel, Vice Chair Wilkins, feel free to bring them up.
Those on the first panel. Chuck Cook, LC Walker, Zephyr Shaw, David Wheaton. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and the entire committee for your time this afternoon. For the record, I am Delegate Janelle Wilkins, and I'm once again pleased to present Just Cause Eviction Legislation, House Bill 477. HB 477 is a statewide enabling bill authorizing Maryland's counties and the city of Baltimore to enact just cause policies that would require landlords to provide a justifiable reason for a lease non-renewal. It allows jurisdictions to craft and pass their own just cause provisions with the flexibility to develop policies that work for their communities. At its foundation, Just Cause is about the right to stable and secure housing. A renter who is paying their rent and following the rules should have the ability to have a secure and stable place to live. And when a landlord decides not to renew a lease, it should be for a reason. An eviction of any kind is debilitating to any of the families that we represent. And it's important that we have a standard in place for every type of displacement, including a lease non-renewal. In most situations, when it comes to this bill, the impact will be that a landlord would have to include a reason in the lease non-renewal notice that they already have to provide. Just cause eviction is the law in cities and states across the country. This is not a new concept. It is the law in New Jersey, Oregon,
Washington State, cities like DC, Philadelphia, New York City, Los Angeles, Oakland, and Chicago. House Bill 477 has the support of county and city leaders across the state, including Baltimore City Mayor Brandon Scott, Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski, Frederick County Executive Jessica Fitzwater, Prince George's County Executive Angela Alsobrooks, and Montgomery County Executive Mark Elrich, who I believe you will hear from virtually. In your material is a full letter of support from city and county leaders all across the state. I am also proud to have the administration support on this bill, and you will hear from DHCD shortly. I urge a favorable report on House Bill 477. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Chuck Cook. I'm with Department of Housing and Community Development. I want to thank the sponsor here for putting the bill in as well. When the secretary was here last for our hearing, sponsored by Delegate Holmes there, he mentioned the fact that we have a 96,000 unit shortage in the state of Maryland right now. And that is our most conservative estimate, with some studies showing it to be as high as 120,000 to 150,000. Right now, we are in a situation where it is an all of the above approach to tackling the housing crisis. And so we think that it's incredibly important that counties and municipalities have this tool in their toolbox. Again, as enabling legislation for them and the democratic process where they are in localities to determine if this is the right tool for them to use. So with that being said, we urge a favorable on HB 477.
All right, thank you, Chair Corman, members of the committee. Again, Zephyr Shaw from Maryland Legal Aid. And thank you, Delegate Wilkins, for inviting our participation on House Bill 477. We urge passage of this bill this year. Last September, when our client and her son in Salisbury received a notice to vacate their affordable housing unit, they were given 60 days to leave and told that they had no right to appeal that decision. So it didn't matter that the mom would have to move farther from her workplace. It didn't matter that her son with a disability would have to leave behind school supports. It didn't matter because the new ownership wanted to clear out all tenants from this building. From our client's standpoint, non-renewal of their tenancy and forcing them to leave their community was disruptive and actually cruel. And for you, from your standpoint, it should be a violation of your values, your family values, your community values, and your economic values. Each of those aspects of forcing a family from their home, their school, and their city are at the heart of this bill. Just cause eviction protects fundamentally the fairness in housing for those who are renting at the financial edge and increasingly unlikely to find safe, affordable alternatives when their lease ends. This is a structural reform in a marketplace that's gone out of whack, that has locked an entire generation out of home ownership. And in that context, this bill cannot be said to be an attack on landlords. I've put on the screen 21 different types of just cause or exceptions to just cause from 9 jurisdictions. You'll see 11 focused on renters' conduct, 10 focused on exceptions, non-payment, breach of lease, nuisance, waste on one hand, exceptions for owner-occupied properties, single-family properties, subleases and renovations on the other. It's inconceivable to call this type of balanced approach tantamount to a life estate, as some critics might call it.
Great.
This
Thank
bill
you.
models
Thank you for your testimony.
those jurisdictions, and we
Thank you.
appreciate
Thank
the
you
time.
for your testimony. When I start talking, that means thank you for your testimony. Please continue.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Madam Chairwoman. My name is David Wheaton. I'm an attorney with the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund, also known as LDF. Our organization was founded in 1940 by Maryland's own Thurgood Marshall. LDF offers the following testimony in favor of Maryland House Bill 477. Unwarranted holdover evictions, which just cause legislation would help eliminate, disproportionately affects Black Maryland residents. As a result of decades of discrimination in housing, lending, employment, and other areas, Black people are disproportionately likely to be renters and more likely to face evictions and other forms of housing instability. Black households have the highest eviction removal count in Maryland, almost 3 times higher than white resident eviction rates. House Bill 477 will protect renters from potential retaliation action from landlords and will help avoid disproportionate harm to tenants of color, particularly Black tenants. Black Maryland residents are disproportionately affected by unwarranted holdover evictions. The research that LDF used using census data found that zip codes with a higher percentage of Black renters face a higher rate of holdover evictions. A 10-point percentage increase in the percent of Black renters in a zip code is associated with a 22% increase in the rate of holdover evictions. Maryland is in the middle of a housing affordability crisis. There are only 255 extremely low-income households in Maryland, but only 61,469 affordable and available rental units. With the shortage of affordable housing and increased cost of rental housing, it is important to ensure that low-income renters and renters of color are protected from unwarranted evictions. Nationally, as Delegate Wilkins said, other states have enacted just cause eviction protections. These laws have helped them protect renters in these states in their homes and prevent landlords from evicting a tenant for unwarranted reasons. There are also federal protections. We urge a favorable report for House Bill 477.
Thank you. Delegate Wilkins, do you also want to bring up LZ Walker before we get to questions?
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chairman Corman and Vice Chair Boyce and committee members. My name is LZ Walker, and I have been a renter for more than 2 decades. I have been a renter at Arrive Wheaton for almost 6 years. I am the president and co-founder of the newly formed Arrive Wheaton Tenant Association. Our community has about 600 apartment homes, housing a very diverse community. Recently, my renters community was taken over by a corporation based in California. Soon after the takeover, the new management began what we believe is a campaign to target low-income and active tenants like me pursuing promised and required services in our rights. After a series of abusive communications from the new management and the reduction in amenities without any reduction in rent, and I and several other residents began to organize a tenant association. Despite numerous attempts by management to obstruct our efforts, we elected officers in January, and soon after, the officers and members have received notices to vacate without any explanation why. We know the reason. We are being retaliated against for seeking our rights and working collectively to improve the quality of life in our community. Without just cause protection, our abusive property management and landlords have unfair advantage over us. We are afraid of losing our home without justification, and this must stop. I thank Delegate Wilkins and Delegate Vaughn and all of you who support this legislation, as it will stop racial discrimination, income discrimination. It will stop discrimination against veterans, disabled people in our community. I'm being told I have to move for no reason. Please support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we have a question from Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate, for bringing this bill. I just wanted to ask about a couple of the statements that were made in some of the opposition testimony. MMHA, for example, says that this would create a life tenancy on the property. Does this create a tenancy for life?
This does not create a tenancy for life. All we are asking is that if a landlord decides not to renew their lease, there's nothing in this bill that prohibits a landlord from deciding not to renew a lease. They still have their full right to do so. But when that occurs, that they have to provide a reason for that. And again, because this bill is an enabling bill, the jurisdictions would have the control over what those justifications are. And we've listed many of them in the bill. The ones that are listed are the ones that we see all over the country. And it does not create a life tenancy because landlords maintain a their full control to file to evict, to also decide not to renew a lease. But what it does is ensure that there's a justifiable reason in place before any of our residents, like Mr. Walker, are removed from their homes and not able to renew their lease.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, may I ask one more question? Thank you. And so a couple of the testimony also say that this is unconstitutional. Is this unconstitutional?
I have had over the years, as you all know, this is not my first time introducing the bill. And over the years, I have gotten Attorney General's opinions. This is absolutely a constitutional piece of legislation. We've taken action as a state around contracts and leases all of the time to protect residents, to protect members of our community. And this is another example of us adding additional protections to make sure that our communities have that safe and stable home.
Thank you so much, Delegate.
Thank you.
Delegate Addison.
Good afternoon, Delegate Wiltz. We talked about this bill last year. Councilman Glover from the 45th District during COVID, he introduced legislation about the Just Cause bill. But won't this bill prevent a landlord from being able to raise the rent?
So that's a great question. I want to point out that with Baltimore City during COVID-19, Baltimore City did go ahead and move forward with just cause eviction. Now, because they don't have express authority to do so, that's what this bill is doing, is enabling them to be able to move forward and implement just cause provisions. This bill doesn't do anything about rent control, rent costs, whatever provisions are in place in law that deal with rent are still in place. So this bill just deals with end of lease and evictions at the end of the lease, tenant withholding order.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Delegate Terrassa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think this relates to something Delegate Ruth was asking, but why is it just local enabling? Won't that be confusing? Shouldn't we just do that at the state level?
That's a great question. And it will be in the committee's hands if you decide that you'd like to just make it a statewide provision. However, the current posture of the bill, which I think is a good way to move forward, is that it is enabling so that jurisdictions who want to do it are able to do so. And we should keep in mind that already around tenant law, different jurisdictions already have different policies when it comes to things like, for example, how much notice has to be given when you decide to not renew a lease. That's already something that historically has been different in different jurisdictions. There's also various timetables that are different in different jurisdictions. So it is already the case that when it comes to landlord-tenant law, it differs in certain ways by jurisdictions. And so this bill, we wanted to allow jurisdictions who want to move forward with it to be able to do so.
Thank you very much. And one more question, Mr. Chairman, if I may. And this relates to something Mr. Shaw was saying about retaliate. Well, I actually am not sure if you mentioned this or if I'm just remembering this from another year, but why do we need just cause when we have retaliation laws? I know that I heard that from folks, maybe it was last year.
Thank you for the question, Delegate Terrassa. I believe Mr. Walker brought up retaliation at his building. The retaliation statute that we have today does have many limitations in it. Foremost, that it does not apply to tenancies that are non-periodic, which means that if you have, which many people do, a lease that is only for 12 months with no renewal option, then the retaliation protections don't apply to that type of lease. Additionally, I mean, really the fundamental problem with, or the distinction between a retaliatory eviction defense and just cause protection is that in retaliation, a tenant has the burden to show some type of smoking gun motivation, which is very difficult. I've done those cases in court. Yeah, so short of having a document in writing that says what the motivation was for the landlord's desire to terminate the lease, a tenant's not going to be able to succeed in showing retaliation. On the other hand, just cause protection puts that burden of proof in the landlord to show what was their intent, what is their reason. So if there is a dispute about whether it's fair for that non-renewal and that eviction to go forward, at least for the tenant's point of view, there is already a statement. There's already information about what is happening that's motivating that eviction. And I'll say too that in employment law, there's mixed motivation case law that, you can look at retaliation by employer in terms of where they had mixed motives. That doesn't exist for the anti-retaliation in eviction that we have.
Thank you.
Delegate Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Delegate Wilkins, for bringing this bill. I just want to know if you can address some of the, I guess, concerns people often raise about what if I have a tenant that is making too much noise or, problem tenants in that respect. Can you address that, how the landlords can deal with that? I think there's been misconceptions around that.
Sure, absolutely. And thank you so much for raising that. Colleagues, within this bill, the current reasons that a landlord has in order to evict still apply. So as you know, a landlord can file for failure to pay rent. They can file for a breach of lease. They can file for tenant withholding over, which is when they decide not to renew a lease and the person is still there. All of those options are still available to a landlord. When it comes to someone who is being challenging in the building, a landlord decides, you know what, I do not want to renew the lease. They still have their ability to do that in this bill. So the steps that would be taken is that they would send the notice to the tenant, which is already a required notice. They already have to send that notice. Within the notice, they would provide their reason. And in most cases, that would be it. Most tenants, when their landlord says, hey, I'm not renewing your lease, and in this case, the reason is provided, most tenants, they leave. Now, if the landlord has to seek an eviction to get that person out, meaning that they have to go to court, and keep in mind, that's again, current law, to remove someone from your property in terms of someone who has a lease with you or is a tenant, you have to go to court to remove them. The thing that this bill would add is that now the just cause would be a part of that conversation in the courts. So I would just underscore that when it comes to tenants who are challenging, who are posing various issues in the building, the landlord still has the right to not renew their lease, but that reason is now going to be a part of the conversation, which I think is really important.
Delegate Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, thanks for bringing this bill back. Always good to see you. My question, one of the things I kind of realized now, in the second session of my term, is a lot of things have to do with, keeping Maryland competitive as far as, the region goes, nearby states. Have any jurisdictions, either in Virginia, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, anything like that, had they passed any similar legislation? And if they have, has there been any sort of cooling effect on housing development as a result of that?
Thank you, Del. That's another really great question. I mean, our neighbors in Washington, D.C. have just cause eviction. There have not been any issues that I know of, as I said, New Jersey and other places. And I know that the opposition will have their chance soon to appeal to this wonderful committee. But I would just note that the number of jurisdictions and states that we see that have implemented just cause, we're actually seeing more and more conversations and pushes to implement it. If just cause was causing all of these issues and all of these problems and this terrible way to go, wouldn't we be seeing a repeal, a pushback, a cooling effect, data that's showing a cooling off effect related to just cause? And we are just not seeing that. Just cause eviction has been in place for a number of years now all over the country. And what we see is just more of a balanced and stable housing for renters. So thank you.
Thank you.
Delegate Stewart.
Mr. Chair, thank you all for joining us. This is the first time I'm seeing this bill, so I have some questions now. I actually do have a question for Mr. Shaw, though. Piggybacking off the discussion about retaliatory evictions, I wanted to put the spotlight on fair housing and housing discrimination. Under the status quo, if a tenant is told by their landlord outright, I'm not renewing your lease because I don't want to rent to any more Black people. In Maryland, we have an all-party consent law, correct? And so that conversation couldn't be recorded, right? So what evidence, if that happened to a tenant and they wanted to sue, what evidence could they provide to bolster that lawsuit?
Just their testimony.
So it would be their word against the landlords. And do they get access to counsel under the bill that we passed a couple of years ago if they file an affirmative lawsuit?
They do not.
So would they, in all likelihood, be represented by an attorney?
I don't think so, Delegate. It's interesting you bring that up. This wasn't planned, by the way. I was a fair housing investigator early in my career. I saw countless claims of fair housing violations of the kind you're talking about, where there wasn't enough evidence that was impartial or third party. Those cases don't get past a probable cause determination by the Fair Housing Agency, whether it's MCCR or another one. So the idea that folks might even get counsel to prosecute a case is improbable. Those cases don't get past probable cause. If they did have an attorney, that attorney's not gonna have much to work with other than, he said, she said.
And is it like a McDonnell Douglas sort of burden shifting thing where the plaintiff has to sort of show a prima facie case and then it goes back to the landlord at that point?
That's right.
Okay.
So the agency has to have probable cause and then ask the offending party to conciliate.
And so, I mean, it seems to me that under the status quo, if we don't pass this bill, if we continue not passing this bill, I don't really know how. I guess what I'm saying is in a tenant in that situation whose landlord just flatly says, I don't like Black people. Sorry, I'm not renewing your lease. I guess I'm asking, like, is there any recourse under current law? Or I guess the better way to answer the question is, how many cases of those kinds of blatant acts of discrimination, how many times is the tenant actually able to seek justice in the courts that you are aware of?
None.
Okay, thanks.
Further questions? Okay, Delegate Wilkins, I'm new here, so it's been a while since I had to think about this bill. So can you just educate me a little bit? I just want to make sure I understood what you said a few minutes ago. So we're at the end of the lease. The landlord doesn't want to renew. They send a note to the tenant that says, I'm not renewing. And they have to include in there the just cause about why they're not renewing?
Correct.
Okay, and then at that stage, the tenant can just move out?
Exactly.
Or they can challenge it in court and say, I don't agree that this is a just cause or something like that.
If for any reason the tenant stays and does not leave, then in order to evict that person, that's current law, in order to evict them and get them out, a landlord would have to go to court.
Okay, so
And then, yes, that's when the just cause would be considered in that court case.
Okay, so the landlord would initiate an action after the tenant stays over after the expiration of the lease.
Right, exactly.
Okay, and if the lease expires and the tenant stays, it's not a mandatory new lease, you were saying, it's just a holdover, so it's like a month to month?
Yes, it would be a month-to-month situation if the landlord is okay with them staying and they just stay and there's no new lease, it just becomes an automatic month-to-month.
Okay, and how does the rent work in that situation? Does the rent stay the same as it was during the lease, or?
Yes, if the landlord has not provided, which I think it's 90 days notice on a lease increase or changes to rent increase or changes to the rent, then it just continues over in terms of the amount that was previously being proffered.
Okay, but let's say it's a 12-month lease and at month 9, the landlord did provide that notice. The tenant holds over, the rent would go up as a result of the 90-day notice during the holdover period?
I don't know if I understand the question. If you understand.
So 90 days before the lease expires, the landlord gives the tenant notice that the rent is going to go up.
Right.
Either with a new lease or if you hold over, the rent's going to go up.
Right.
Under your bill, if the tenant holds over, the rent can go up in that situation?
Yes.
And they are obligated to pay the new rent imposed by the landlord?
Right. If the tenant wants to stay, they have to pay that additional amount.
Okay. And in terms of this holdover, is there any limit on that period under your bill? Like how long the tenant can stay after the expiration of the lease?
So in the state of Maryland, just automatically goes into a month to month. And so as long as the landlord is fine with it and the tenant is paying their rent, it can go over into a very long time in perpetuity.
Okay. Do you know if any states that have or cities that have just cause, do any of them put in place like a limit on how long that holdover can go? So like you can't be kicked out without a just cause. You can't be evicted, but is it in perpetuity in all these places? And maybe some of your fellow panelists know.
Yes, it's in perpetuity. Yes.
Looks like you want to say something.
Well, I'll just add, Chair Corman, there are 5 jurisdictions that I looked at in that chart where refusal to do the renewal on a change in terms, such as increased rent or any other change in terms, that's included as one of the just causes to evict. So again, that's not spelled out in this bill. The list of just causes in this bill are permissible, not mandatory. And some jurisdictions, localities might choose to put some type of requirement that tenants renew, for instance, instead of going month to month in perpetuity, but renew year to year. And if they refuse to do that, that would be a just cause.
Thank you for the education. Are there any further questions? Delegate Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't going to ask any questions until you just brought that last point. I'm confused. Are you suggesting that if a landlord does not provide a notice at all, and it goes to month, are you saying that you have to terminate that month to month with a notice to terminate the lease? Is that what you're saying?
No, I apologies, Delegate Holmes. I'm not saying that that if a tenancy continued after the 12-month term and became month to month, that the landlord has to do to provide any type of lease renewal that they don't want to do. They can choose to continue that month to month tenancy. In other jurisdictions, if that landlord, let's say after 6 months of being in a month to month tenancy, they offered a 1-year lease renewal to that tenant, and the tenant refused to sign it, said, no, I want to be month to month, and I don't want to do the rent increase, and I don't want to accept whatever other change in terms. Those jurisdictions, those 5 jurisdictions say that tenant's refusal to renew is grounds for notice to vacate and to continue with a tenant holding over case.
Is that in this legislation?
That is not in this legislation. This legislation just allows localities to decide if they want to put that as a just cause in their.
But that is not in this legislation.
No.
But it could be added, Delegate, by this wonderful committee if you'd like it.
Okay, I do not see any further questions. Thank you, Delegate Wilkins. In your first panel, we'll bring up your second panel. Veronica Walker and Jonathan Rydell are in person. I'm going to do all the in-persons, Delegate Wilkins. Matt Hill and Antoine Hudnell.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Riedel, and I'm a supervising housing attorney at CASA. We're pleased to offer our support for this bill. CASA is the largest membership-based immigrant rights organization in the Mid-Atlantic region, with more than 120,000 members in Maryland. As you've heard already today, in a tenant holding over case, under current law, there is no reason that a landlord has to give. And I just hit 1,100 cases that I have personally spoken with tenants. I've spoken to 1,100 tenants. And of all of those cases, I have one retaliation case, one. And that is because they are not only extremely difficult to win, it's all of the limitations that have been mentioned here today. To answer Delegate Stewart's point also, there's a 6-month limitation. So a landlord only has to wait 6 months and 1 day and then issue the notice to vacate, and the retaliation defense is gone. And that is very frequently what happens. And last time I was before you, I testified about a member of ours named Alberto who complained to his landlord about certain conditions. She refused to fix them. He complained to the county, and the county issued 13 violations, and including the fact that she didn't have a rental license. The very next week, she issued a notice to vacate saying, you're month to month, you have to get out. Here's 60 days. We fought that case. We won on a technicality, and that's where it was when I testified last year. Immediately after winning that case, she filed another tenant holding over case, and this time he had no defenses. More than 6 months had passed since he complained to the county, and he was evicted. And that is a really shameful thing to happen for somebody who had been current on his rent. He had paid every month on time for 5 years, and he and his family were uprooted. And actually, his daughter was about to graduate high school, and it happened just before she was about to graduate. So I also wanted to mention one other thing, which is that Maryland does have some just cause tenancies already, notably LIHTC properties. There's more than 70,000 of those in Maryland. Mobile homes have a form of just cause. And no one is complaining. You haven't heard any opposition saying mobile homes are somehow, or LIHTC properties are somehow cooling the market. And I just wanted to mention that point. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much for allowing me to testify and for allowing me to be here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Again, my name is Matt Hill. I'm an attorney at the Public Justice Center, which is a member of Renters United Maryland, which strongly supports this bill. We assist or represent over 800 tenants each year in various eviction cases. And this bill is about fairness and transparency in non-renewal evictions. I want to point out one thing that hasn't been said yet, which is that Maryland is out of step. Maryland is only one of the 6 states that we have been able to identify that actually preempts localities from passing their own just cause eviction laws. Pennsylvania, our neighbor, is actually a good model for where we're looking to go. Pennsylvania allows localities to pass their own just cause eviction laws if they want to, and Philadelphia did so back in 2018. Again, we've heard no testimony or anything from the opposition about how that's had some detrimental effect in Philadelphia's housing market. One of our clients who couldn't be here today, but you have a written testimony, Sinise Riley, is a good example of how this works. And again, she's in Baltimore City and still residing in the same property she was subject to a tenant holding over eviction not that long ago. She won that case. And let me tell you a little bit about why. Ms. Riley's a survivor of domestic violence. And one time she had to call the police to come to the property in order to protect her. Her landlord did not like that. And when her lease came up for non-renewal, he sent her a non-renewal notice with no cause. Well, he did state a cause. Let me tell you a little bit more about that in a minute. And Ms. Riley fought back against that notice of non-renewal, and she won. How? Because there was a just cause provision in her lease. So the landlord had to state a cause in that non-renewal. Ms. Riley came to us and said, no, this is nonsense. This is not why I'm being evicted. I'm being evicted because I'm a survivor of domestic violence. And again, we fought that case and we won because there was a just cause provision and the landlord had to state a reason in the lease. And that's because Ms. Riley is, landlord is part of the housing tax credit program. As Mr. Rydell said, 80,000 units in the state of Maryland already. Thank you.
Great. This is the last call for Veronica Walker. Is Veronica Walker here?
Ms. Walker and Mr. Hudnell are Baltimore City tenants, and they both became ill and could not make it this morning.
Great. Thank you for the update. Any questions for this panel? Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Hill, this is a question for you. Can there or should there be any carve outs, do you believe, since this is enabling legislation for like mom and pop landlords? And if so, does that possibility concern you at all? Or do you think that's a good thing?
Well, we think that should be left to the local jurisdiction to meet the local housing market and the local housing policy. Further, defining what is a mom and pop is extremely difficult. Even a row house is often owned by a single asset LLC. So, Virginia Avenue LLC, and then determining whether that LLC is owned by another owner that has 50 different LLCs and is actually in the business of being a landlord is very difficult. So we're wary of mom and pop exceptions. We're not trying to say you can't do that. Ultimately, that's left up to the locality to meet the locality's needs.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Foley.
Mr. Chair, are there, so you cited that there are other states that have this kind of law in place. And just are there, and I assume there's case law, correct, around the implementation of this law or how this law is practiced in these other states?
Yes.
And does that case law outline or give some guidance in terms of what would constitute just cause?
Well, what constitutes just cause is, as Mr. Shaw was saying, it really does vary significantly from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. And I think he said there were 21 different types of just cause outlined in various bills from state to county. And so, yes, there are 5 other states that have a statewide just cause policy. We know of at least 16 other localities. But again, Maryland is only one of 6 states in the country that we've been able to find that actually preempts localities from passing their own just cause laws. And that's why we're out of step. And we do think it's important for the locality to determine exactly what should be just cause to meet their local needs.
Can I follow up, Mr. Chair? So just to be clear, so what's just cause in Prince George's County might not just be just cause in Calvert County if if they decide to take up this law, which they may or may not do, but they could determine what is just cause in their communities. Is that correct?
Correct. And we've provided a list of the top 7 essentially just causes as an example of what is a typical just cause bill.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize. I don't know your name, sir.
Mr. Riedel, Jonathan Riedel.
Sorry. Yes, this question's for you. So one of the points you just made was kind of interesting to me because I actually represent probably the largest number of mobile home communities in the Baltimore area, at least. I'm not saying for the entire state, but I have many mobile home communities in my district. They actually have had the most skyrocketing cost in those mobile home communities. So you're saying that that's the model we should have for those actually have had a bigger skyrocketing of costs than any of the other rental communities in my district. So that's the model we should replicate. I'm just trying to understand the point that you're trying to make there.
Well, the just cause has been in effect since the Mobile Home Act of 1979. So if to the extent there's any skyrocketing costs, you would have to trace that back to 1979. I don't personally see that. It's also the case, I mentioned mobile homes, I also mentioned it's in LIHTC properties, low income housing tax credit properties, and those have very, very low rents. By design. So I think that there's not really any evidence that it has anything to do with the cost.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly many cost constraints on constituents in my community with respect to being in a mobile home park. So I think we have a sort of a fundamental disagreement there about costs being associated in those communities.
Happy to talk offline too.
Sure.
Further questions for this panel? Okay, thank you both. We can turn to some of our virtual witnesses to the extent we have them. So we have County Executive Elrich and Mike English. Let me bring up County Executive Elrich first, if that's all right. County Executive for the best county. County Executive, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to testify. You have my written comments. I'm going to talk a little bit on some points I want to amplify. First, I started doing tenant organizing back in 1981 in the Tacoma Park, Silver Spring area of the county. And it was really common to hear back then of landlords evicting tenants for calling the housing department to get an inspection or for organizing other tenants to try to get inspections in their buildings. And it was not at all uncommon to see people evicted for this. And in the old days, landlords used to actually tell people, I'm throwing you out because you called the housing department. And there was a big point of, I would say contention, but they were very blunt about it. Then the state passed anti-retaliation laws. And the only thing that changed is their lawyers told them, keep your mouth shut and don't write any letters. And so they kept their mouths shut and they stopped writing letters, but they still continue to evict people. And we still see this problem in the county today. We first started working on legislation. I know Janelle was involved early. When I was on the city council of Tacoma Park, we wanted to pass local legislation. We didn't have the authority to do that. So I'm here urging you to pass this bill so we can have the local authority. I think it's reasonable. I think it's the right thing to do. I think, we all need to think, I'm guessing most of us are homeowners. We live in the security of knowing that we can continue in the place that we want as long as we want to, as long as we pay the mortgage. That's something no tenant enjoys. And I think we can only imagine how destabilizing it is to have no certainty about, your live at the end of the lease. And I can tell you, as being a school teacher of young kids in elementary school, one of the most destabilizing things for kids was moving year after year because of changes in the lease or the need to move because they either can't afford to stay in the apartment or they had called Montgomery County's housing department, had an inspection, and the landlord decided they didn't want them anymore. So I urge you to give this a favorable hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to let the county executive go run my county. So does anybody have any questions for the county executive? Okay. Thank you, County Executive. We will bring up Mike English in a rare double billing with County Executive Elrich. Mike, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you for agreeing to hear my testimony, and thank you to Delegate Wilkins for her continued leadership on this bill over the years, and Delegate Stewart for sponsoring. Mike English, live in downtown Silver Spring, and I'm here to speak strongly in favor of this enabling legislation. And I say this as someone who spends just as much, if not more, time advocating for the production of more housing as I do for renter protections. I'm speaking only in my personal capacity today, but I am involved with multiple organizations that push to make housing production easier, more predictable, and more affordable. And I've written numerous pro-housing urbanist opinion pieces for various publications. As Delegate referred to, I am sometimes at odds with the county executive. It is not the case here. I've been called a developer shill or something to that effect enough times in enough meetings about proposed apartment complex or zoning changes that I've quite literally lost count. I bring all this up only to say that while there is such a thing as a renter protection that can go too far and do more harm than good in the long run by hurting supply of housing, Just Cause isn't really one of them. I and most other YIMBYs, to use the term, and YIMBY organizations either don't spend that much time on the issue or actually support it because it works well in tandem with abundant housing to provide leverage and stability to renters. The law would not prevent a landlord from not renewing a lease for a tenant that fails to pay, violates the lease, or meets other just causes, hence the name, for non-renewal. And landlords would still be able to deny renewal if they, for example, wanted to just take the home off the rental market altogether. It's not a lease for life, as we've already established before. All it means is this: if you're going to rent the home out, the person currently renting it gets the first shot at continuing to rent it, unless you have a compelling reason not to offer it to them. And that's fairly basic and reasonable. Housing is a market, yes, and market principles apply, but it's also a home. It's a place that's meant to be a relative constant. And sure, it may not last forever, but you shouldn't have to worry about it being taken away for something like the retaliation cases and asserting a tenancy union like we've talked about. And that certainty can go a long way, and I think it's good.
Any questions for this panelist? I'll also let you all know it's his birthday, so go easy on him.
Happy birthday.
Okay, happy birthday. We will bring up another round of in-person witnesses. Claudia Wilson Randall, Teresa Searcy, I apologize if I'm butchering your last name, Matt Lozak, and William Oakes. Please, one of you just begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chairman Corman, Vice Chairman Boyce, and committee members. My name is William Oakes, and I've been renting in Montgomery County, Maryland for the past decade after I moved from Rhode Island to here. During the last year, my roommate and I have brought to the attention of my building's management for maintenance issues, dysfunctional fire alarms going off 1, 2, 3 a.m. in the morning, from the staff just being completely disrespectful and rude, lack of security, stolen packages. Our management team has been difficult to work with and impossible to communicate. After the last year, I brought these issues to their attention, received soon after notice to vacate from the property management attorney. Notice did not explain why being threatened to eviction for any reason whatsoever. I believe I'm being retaliated against for pursuing services from my roommates and I. We have never missed a rent payment nor have been late for anything. We've had no noise violations, drug use, for any reason. I believe there are many renters like us who are subject to the abuse eviction for no good reason whatsoever. I was shocked to learn that they actually don't have any just cause at all in the state of Maryland, not to mention Montgomery County, of this kind of use. I think the Delegate Wilkins and Delegate Stewart and all of our support of the legislation. Please, I urge you to just pass the legislation. It will help so many people from low income housing, from race discrimination to poverty line, for everything like that. Like, I work as a bartender. I literally work on tips, so I know what it feels like to be behind the barrel for everything. And I just want to make sure that everyone is taken care of. I have a good heart, and I just want to make sure that, everyone has the right to better themselves in this country and in this state. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Claudia Wilson Randall. I'm the Executive Director of the Community Development Network of Maryland. Everything okay there? Okay. I am going to just try not to repeat what my colleagues in the previous panels have said. A lot of them have made some of the points that I wanted to make. You have my written testimony. I think the first point I want to make is just cause does not suddenly upset the power dynamic between property owners and tenants. That's firmly in place in the law. And the power imbalance between tenants and property owners will continue and does continue. This is an enabling legislation. So it also the power of counties to set their own laws and to do as they wish, prioritize the exceptions to this law are also firmly in place. Eviction is the consequences of eviction are deep and long lasting. Racial and ethnic minorities, as well as the disabled, elderly, are more likely to experience poor health outcomes, including poor education, loss of employment, loss of economic stability, and loss of public safety. At the root of all of these things are housing stability. I ask that you put forward a favorable report for House Bill 477 so that we can give folks the protections that already exist in Philadelphia, Oakland, Washington, D.C. As my colleagues previously said, with all the low-income housing tax credit projects across the state, these protections already exist. We ask your favorable report. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chairman Corman, Vice Chairman Boyce, and all of the committee members. My name is Matt Losak. I'm the co-founder and executive director of the Montgomery County Renters Alliance. We are the first and only regional nonprofit dedicated exclusively to renter outreach, education, organizing, and advocacy, and we are the leading co-founders of Renters United Maryland. I'm not going to repeat what everybody said except to associate myself and our organization with what has been testified already. I would like to point out a couple of things. One, Maryland is the #1 eviction filing state in the nation. We have seen an extreme uptick in different kinds of filings, including tenant holding over. Ever since COVID-19, unfortunately, irresponsible landlords have been taking advantage of the tenant holding over process to circumvent due process and, in fact, to circumvent the COVID rent relief support and to circumvent the moratorium that existed. Obviously, what my colleague to my left has just testified to is the devastation that eviction is causing our communities, from attacking academic achievement for children who are moving from school to school, an increasing number of senior citizens who are vulnerable and do not know where they are going to go and are suffering health and anxiety impacts because of housing instability. And I want to point out, most importantly, when you live in an unstable community, when your landlord, without having to say why, can evict you at the end of a lease term, that it creates a chilling effect across whole communities that are seeking promised or required services or their rights. We've seen this in properties where tenants needed to speak up about code conditions and violations in the building and did not, and then faced terrible quality of life issues. So with that, we urge strongly the passage of this bill, and thank you, Chairman Corman and Vice Chairman Boyce.
Thank you. Just for our visualization, can you switch seats, Matt? So we can
Yes.
just, I got her. Thank you.
My apologies, I'm on the short side. Well, thank you so much for the opportunity, Mr. Chair and committee. My name is Talisha Searcy. I'm the mayor of the city of Tacoma Park. And I don't want to repeat what you've heard at length. Our county executive has already explained that the city of Tacoma Park was one such local jurisdiction that has strived to implement just cause as part of its renter protections actions that we have in place in the city. And preemption is something that is definitely a concern for us. As you've heard before, you could see firsthand the devastation that eviction can have on a community, on a family. It's heartbreaking to meet with residents when their things are in a yard and they don't know where they're going to go.
Communities such as the city of Tacoma Park has certain mechanisms in place. We have different resources that we're able to take advantage of. We have a number of LIHTC properties, we have rent stabilization, we have different resources that we try to pull. But in many cases, it's simply not enough. And I think one of the things that you haven't heard is the value of communication. A lot of times residents will get those letters of eviction and they just don't know why. And so providing residents with the ability to at least have that justification doesn't cost, if it's for a justifiable reason, a landlord an inability to reclaim their property, but it treats tenants with dignity that they deserve. There are costs associated with moving. And so having the ability to know in advance the reasons why you're being evicted and to know that that eviction is coming is really instrumental to everyone that lives in a community. So again, for these reasons, Tacoma Park urges a favorable report on HB 477 so that local governments can act with clear authority on the issue.
Any questions for this panel? Okay, thank you all for being here. We'll turn to additional in-person favorable testimony. Melik Demir, Patricia Beckham, Chris Perry, and Lindsay Bowie. Did I hear someone say Chris is not here?
Yes, he's ill.
Okay. How about Emily Towie?
She's here.
Come on down. Please begin when ready.
Hi, my name is Melik Demir. I'm a former Silver Spring resident, current Rockville, North Potomac resident. I say current because to the chairman's question about tenant holding over, 2 weeks ago, I received a notice that my moderately priced dwelling unit was out of the system. So I would no longer have my lease, even though I paid on time. Again, no criminal activity except for the cat who wants to kill me all the time. And they did offer me a new lease. And so I want to give you some perspective on this. The new lease is $1,900 a month. That is 143% increase. I want you to think about that if that happened to your mortgage. And that is for a 500 square foot apartment with 36 steps to walk up and down. That is what is being priced in Montgomery County. So when you have a nice place that's safe and you're doing all the right things, and then out of nowhere and for no reason, you're asked to leave, it's shocking because you have to, everything, you know, by your commute, if you have kids, everything changes. So that's what I'm going through right now, but I'm gonna flip the script and just change everything and tell you what I really think. I believe that everybody here wants to do the right thing. And this is the right thing. So the question is, how do we do it? Not whether we do it. Montgomery County is a very, very generous county. And so what I ask here now is that you make wise decisions to make housing affordable and to keep people in their homes, not displaced. An angel got its wings.
Someone please continue. Thank you.
Good afternoon, legislators and everyone. My name is Pat Beckham. I'm a retired registered nurse. I have worked in many healthcare arenas, from trauma, emergency room, to nursing education on a collegiate level. I live in downtown Silver Spring. And like most people, I pay my rent on time consistently. I follow all the rules of my lease. I am appalled to find out that I could lose my home with a 60-day notice and not be given a reason. I just think it's unjust and immoral for people to lose their homes and not even know why. I urge you, legislators, to reconsider this law and amend it It's the right thing to do for renters. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's please continue down the line.
Hello, my name is Lindsay Bowie, and I'd like to thank you for hearing my testimony today. My husband and I and our 2 small children are renters, and we live in Gaithersburg. Last year, I testified in support of this bill, and I continue to support it now because I know and have seen the impact this bill could have for myself, my family, and my neighbors. The stability of a home is extremely important to us. We have formed deep roots in our community. Our son is a 2nd grader at Thurgood Marshall Elementary School, where I serve on the PTA. We have family close by, and we consider ourselves permanent members of our community. In Montgomery County, we have local officials who support protecting renters from landlords refusing to renew a lease without providing a valid reason. But if this committee and the rest of our legislature will not allow cities and counties to enact just cause eviction protections, families like ours, along with senior citizens and veterans, are all in constant threat of being told to leave our homes with just a 60 days notice. Our son's elementary school is drawn such that no other multi-family properties feed into that school. So for us and our neighbors with younger kids, a non-renewal notice means a certain change for our schools, for the children in our schools. Our PTA is well aware of the socioeconomic hardships facing many families in our apartment community and is working hard to create inclusive, supportive, and a stable environment for all of our learners. Just cause eviction would protect our families and help educators do their job better. That is why I encourage the members of this committee to give a favorable report to this bill. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chairman Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and committee members, and thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak today. And also a big thank you to Delegate Wilkins and Delegate Von Stewart for recognizing the vital need around the state of Maryland for jurisdictions to implement just cause protections for vulnerable renters. Securing safe and affordable housing is already a struggle in the state for many people. However, low-income students and new graduates are especially vulnerable to losing their homes without just cause protections. As a recent graduate from the University of Maryland College Park, I and many of my peers have experienced firsthand the difficulties of finding stable housing. Without just cause protections, finding an affordable home and getting approved is just the beginning of a long and complicated renting process. Currently, without just cause protections, landlords have the unchecked power to determine the fates of their residents by deciding to not renew with no explanation required. Landlords only need to provide 60-day notice that they will not be offering a renewal. 60 days is not enough time to uproot one's life and start the complicated rental process all over again somewhere new, especially knowing the same thing can happen to them time and time again. If House Bill 477 were to be passed and allow jurisdictions to enact just cause protections, a low-income college student wouldn't have to burden themselves with the fear of suddenly losing their housing in between semesters. A recent graduate struggling to navigate the post-college world wouldn't have to split their time and efforts between preparing for their future and making sure that they are safely housed in the present. With just cause protections, renters can feel safe in their homes and know that their ability to call the same place home can't be ripped away for no good reason. I urge you to enable local jurisdictions with the choice to protect their residents from unbased, unfair, and unjust non-renewals. I hope that everyone here can agree that no one should be evicted from their home without just cause. With that being said, I strongly urge a favorable report. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for this panel? Okay, do not see any. So thank you all again for being here. With additional in-person favorable testimony from Emily Towie, Tim Huang. I'm sorry. Didn't check you off. Tim Huang, Indigo Null, Nishana Kess, and Willie Bell Billingsley. If any of those folks are here, please come on up. And please go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Tim Huang. I just recently moved here with my wife and toddler from Massachusetts. And, as you might have known, the moving process is really arduous. It takes a lot of time, effort, and money to try to relocate oneself. And, we did it for, because we were expecting a child and she is born, but we were moving on to bigger and better things. But imagine if you were moving because your landlord said so. It's really hard on the family. And imagine having to tell your kids, if your kid asks you, dad or mom, why do we have to move? And you have to say, because my landlord said so. It's devastating. This bill is just the beginning. It wouldn't change anything overnight. Local jurisdictions would have to make that decisions for themselves. I imagine many committee members are homeowners. Imagine if your bank was like, we'll pay back your down payment and all the mortgage that you've paid, but we're going to take your house. How would that feel? It's not in a law that says that banks can't do that. This is a law that says that jurisdictions can make laws regarding that policy. So it's just the beginning, really. It seems like the right thing to do, and I urge you to vote favorably on this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Willie Bell, and I'm a resident of District 39. As a mother, grandmother, and a senior citizen who is working tireless to make ends meet, I'm here today to lend my voice as a council member in strong support of the just cause eviction law. I have always been a good standing tenant, paid my rent on time, and taken care of the property I call home. In 2022, I noticed that many of my neighbors was living in substandard condition, facing issues like mold, leak, and breaking appliance. As a senior citizen, I understand the importance of a safe and healthy living environment. So I spoke up, I organized a meeting. We reached out to local officials and demanded that our landlord address these issues. Unfortunately, instead of addressing the problem, my landlord decided not to renew my lease. I was told that I was being pushed out because the property owner wanted to increase property by renting to someone who wanted to pay higher rent. It was clear to me that I have fell victim to a lack of just cause. By enacting just cause eviction protection, we can ensure that no one is forced out of their home without a valid reason. This bill empowered local community to tailor eviction laws to make their special needs, recognize that housing challenge varies from country to country. I urge you to support this bill and stand up for the right of tenants across the state. Let's ensure that everyone has access to safe, affordable housing and that no one is fairly evicted simply for advocating for a better quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call for Indigo Null or Nishana Kess. Okay, any questions for this panel? Okay, thank you both. A couple more in-person favorable witnesses, Sheila Somahesker, I apologize for butchering your name, and John Kilker. Either of them here? Great. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Sheila Somashaker, and I'm director of the Purple Line Corridor Coalition, or PLCC, which is a collaborative working on equitable development along the Purple Line transit route. With its home at the University of Maryland's National Center for Smart Growth, PLCC has developed a number of research-supported plans and policy priorities that address issues such as housing, stability, and affordability in gentrifying communities along the Purple Line. PLCC has a stated goal in its housing action plan to make sure residents have a choice to continue to live near the Purple Line. 60% of Purple Line households are renters, a share that has remained unchanged in the last 2 decades. Renting is more common among households in communities of color, and in these places, many tenants pay 30% or more of their income in housing costs. For many, renting is a long-term housing situation. The challenges for renters along the Purple Line are only growing. The Purple Line corridor has historically held some of the most affordable, unsubsidized rental housing stock in the otherwise high-cost DC area. However, researchers have shown that rents within a half mile of the Purple Line are now rising at a disproportionately rapid rate, even before rail service begins. Rising property values, as well as new rent stabilization policies that are intended to support tenants, create incentives for landlords to maximize profits through tenant turnover. And this turnover is an indivisible source of housing instability for tenants, with research demonstrating wide-ranging impacts on individuals and communities. States and jurisdictions across the country are implementing just cause protections as a best practice tool to prevent unnecessary evictions through lease non-renewals, especially in gentrifying areas. With just 3 years remaining before the Purple Line is complete and families already facing displacement, we urge action now, and we urge your support for HB 477 to give our local jurisdictions the authority to implement ordinances to address the issue of displacement. Thank you so much for the opportunity today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. And I would just like to thank the opportunity to testify today. My name is John Kilker. I'm a senior representative and legislative assistant for UFCW Local 1994 McGeo. We are a public sector union that represents nearly 10,000 county and municipal employees across the state of Maryland. For over 30 years, McGeo has supported and defended the rights of Maryland's working class, and we believe that ensuring stable housing is of great significance to the working people of Maryland. Our members serve on the front lines of our communities to provide crucial public services. However, they are at constant threat of being displaced from living in the communities in which they serve. Without just cause standards, tenants are subject to arbitrary, capricious, and sometimes discriminatory evictions. This bill provides valuable enabling legislation for local policymakers to determine and implement just cause standards that best fit and serve their communities. All workers deserve stability and fairness in their housing. I'd like to thank Delegates Stewart and Wilkins for their diligent work on this bill, and I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you both. Any questions for these panelists? Okay, thanks for being with us. We have 4 virtual panelists we'll now turn to a virtual favorable testimony. We can start with Danielle Herman from the Jews United for Justice.
Chairman Gorman and Vice Chair Boyce and members of the committee, my name is Danielle Herman, and I'm testifying in favor of this bill on behalf of Jews United for Justice, which organizes 6,000 Jews and allies across Maryland to help win social, racial, and economic justice campaigns. As a medical clinical social worker, when I conducted home health and hospice visits across central Maryland, I frequently encountered devastating stories of renters whose landlords refused to make essential repairs. Tenants shared with me their fears and experiences of landlord retaliation, lease renewal denial, and eviction for having complained about the conditions they were living in. I heard innumerable accounts of the adverse ripple effect of eviction displacement, which devastated their health, emotional stability, and human dignity. I made a promise to one of my hospice pediatric patients before she died that I would share her story of living with housing insecurity. Originally from Guatemala, her name translates to Star of the Sea. At age 11, she was the sole surviving clinical trial patient of her NIH research cohort. Knowing she was going to die, she proudly stated, "I am contributing to medicine to help find a cure for other children." Her father was a laborer and her mother cared for her 24/7 while raising her younger sister. As a family, they were also grieving the stillborn death of her brother. Due to a water main pipe leak in their yard that their landlord refused to fix, they could not afford to pay rent along with the astronomical water bills. They lived in terror of landlord retaliation and eviction. Just cause eviction law will address these issues by providing essential remedies and safeguards for tenants and for those of us who advocate on their behalf. We strongly urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's turn to Tram Hong, Policy Link.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman and members of the committee. My name is Tram Huang. I'm a senior associate at Policy Link, which is a national research and action institute dedicated to advancing racial and economic equity. On behalf of PolicyLink, I'm writing to share a favorable testimony in strong support of HB 477. Just cause eviction is an important policy tool for municipalities to have at their disposal. Where rents are rising and vacancies are low, and where landlords may seek to evict existing tenants to attract wealthier renters at higher prices. In the Census Bureau's most recent household pulse survey, 47% of Maryland renter households felt significantly pressured to leave their homes. Of those, 19% moved. And this is especially alarming because 15% of those who did moved because their landlord refused to make repairs. And 5% of those who moved did so because their landlord threatened eviction. Repairs and eviction threats are two key problems that Just Cause can directly impact and improve. For example, landlords can weaponize a no-cause eviction to punish tenants for demanding repairs, and Just Cause eliminates that fear of retaliation, giving tenants confidence in enforcing their right to habitable living conditions. Furthermore, just the threat of eviction is enough to force tenants to self-evict due to the fear of having an eviction record. People with an eviction record have a harder time accessing safe and affordable housing opportunities, regardless of the outcome of the eviction case. By creating a list of allowable or just causes for eviction, local governments can ensure that renters are not unnecessarily getting evictions filed against them. Research from the Eviction Lab and the Urban Displacement Project at UC Berkeley show that just cause ordinances do reduce eviction rates and keep renters of the lowest socioeconomic status in place. That is why Maryland is not alone in considering just cause legislation. 5 states and dozens of cities across the country have already passed it, and more states and cities are considering it this year. On behalf of PolicyLink, I urge you to join us in prioritizing the needs of those most deeply impacted by the current affordable housing crisis and giving HB 477 a positive, favorable view. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's turn to Erica Palmisano.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee for letting me speak today. My name is Erica Palmisano. My partner and I are the landlords of a single property in Howard County, and that makes me a boogeyman. Last year when I testified, I heard large landlords send up the cry, "Think of the mom and pop landlords." I do not wish to be the boogeyman for this policy. Once in our 7 years, my partner and I made the tough decision to file an eviction. Had a just cause law been in place, we wouldn't have gotten stuck with forever tenants. We could have given a good reason, but no reason was needed, even though eviction impacts a tenant's housing, employment, and even their health for years. That didn't sit right with me. And it doesn't sit right that large landlords and their lobbyists will claim that you have to protect me by keeping just cause eviction off the table for every jurisdiction in this state. Those who summon the boogeyman have their reasons. In 2022, a study in the University of North Carolina journal Social Forces covered 4 million property records around Boston and found something pertinent. Large landlords filed 2 to 3 times as many evictions as small ones like me. They also filed when they were owed less money, and even as a strategy to collect rent. Small landlords, meanwhile, maintain closer relationships with tenants. We know eviction is and should be a last resort. We already make sure we have a solid reason before we file, so asking us to put that to paper is not the strenuous request our larger colleagues claim. I have more faith in my fellow landlords than they have in me. I believe they can run their businesses while providing reasons for any eviction they must file. Our contracts already comply with laws protecting our interests and keeping tenants safe. Why not allow local jurisdictions to consider how to help tenants and communities thrive with just cause statutes? Thank you for considering a favorable report on House Bill 477, for your time and for your service.
Thank you. And Deborah Dunaway.
Okay. Hi. Okay. I'm sorry if I'm not quite doing this right because I just moved. But my name is Deborah Dunaway, and I live in Montgomery Village, Maryland. Thank you all who have been involved with this. I'm trying to talk fast. I'm talking in support of the Just Cause bill because I have been singled out by my landlord for over 2 years now, even though I've lived here since 2010. The minute Montgomery County wasn't paying for it and it went to a Section 8 housing choice voucher, then they started doing things here in retaliatory way, like charging me $450 for pesticide spray and coming back at me 2018 doing it again, trying to evict me because I complained about the people below me smoking, because there is no law for residents about secondhand smoke in Montgomery County. And on top of that, I just really want to, this is kind of off the cuff, but I just want to really point out that I raised 3 children here. I came to school here in the Maryland, DC area from Buffalo, and I stayed here. Now I'm 60, I'm a 61, and I've got to worry about being homeless because right now we're dealing with algorithms determining rent with this real page thing. And so all the rents are too high everywhere, like in Boston, every city, whatever. And now I'm dealing with a landlord that would refuse to negotiate a housing choice voucher with Housing Opportunity Commission in Montgomery County, even though that's illegal. It was illegal to charge me for any pesticide thing. It was illegal to threaten me and say if I didn't pay them, they wouldn't re-sign my lease. And I really want to point out in the state of Maryland, thank you, where do you expect these people to live? Children are leaving the state. That was the last thing I wanted to say. So I have no relatives here now to help take care of me.
Thank you.
So I'm going to be homeless. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for these witnesses? Our final virtual witness is not in the waiting room. So we're going to move to an in-person panel of unfavorable testimony. William Costelli, Robert Enton, Catherine Howard, and Brian Anlew.
Mr. Chair, one of our members has to drop off at 4. She signed up virtually. Could she go first? Ariana Royster from Borger.
Sure. Can you bring up Ariana Royster?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Can you hold on 1 second? I'm trying to help your colleague out here.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I apologize. I didn't hear you.
Is she there? You want to bring her up? She's not responding. She's not responding. Go ahead, Bob.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Robert Enton on behalf of the Maryland Multi-Housing Association. I don't know, maybe this is the 6th, 7th, 8th, I don't know, year that I've testified before this committee on just cause eviction bills. Let me just start out by saying that this is a unique legislation, particularly unique in that it says that I've signed a contract and the contract has a term. And when that term is over, either party can walk away. Either party can walk away from the contract. Except if you pass this bill, then what you're basically saying is that every local subdivision in the state of Maryland could enact a statute which nullifies the right of parties to walk away from a contract. I think that's totally unprecedented. In addition, I haven't heard, I've sat now through this hearing for what, I guess an hour we've been here, maybe longer. I didn't hear one word of testimony from anyone who was evicted because they had done something, said something or done something, and the landlord didn't like it. So the landlord didn't renew their lease, and they held over and they were evicted. The other thing I will tell you is that we have a very, very robust retaliatory eviction statute on the books in Maryland. And in fact, we have a Montgomery County retaliatory eviction. If there's something that should be excluded and that shouldn't be deemed to be retaliatory, then look at the retaliatory eviction statute. That's not what this bill does. The characterization that I've heard year after year is what this bill does is this bill says that the landlord must give a reason for the eviction. This goes 1,000 miles beyond that. We'd urge the committee to give the bill an unfavorable report. Thank you.
You guys are professionals up there. Come on.
Hi, Bill Castelli on behalf of the Maryland Realtors, and we represent, and we are here on in opposition to the bill. We represent a number of property managers who mostly represent kind of single-family properties, although some of our members also do multifamily properties. And speaking to the bill itself, one of the things that gives us a lot of concern regarding the bill is the fact that this bill lays out a few standards of what is considered just cause. And unlike some of the previous proponents of the bill that said you just have to give a reason, but you can still terminate that tenancy, it makes it very clear that a property owner can't terminate without just cause. So you've got to meet one of these criteria that are set in the bill. One of those criteria is that, you know, it can only be a substantial breach of the lease, or it can only be substantial damage that a tenant commits on the property. That contemplates that a tenant can damage the property to a certain extent, can breach the lease to a certain extent, the agreement that they both signed. So those things give us a lot of concern. There was some mention about LIHTC properties and some of those other properties that are subject to good cause provisions. That's under, you know, federal regulations. Those are different, much more permissive than what we see in this legislation before us today. So, and I will tell you, under the law and when it goes to court, I'm not sure what a substantial breach would be. I can tell you, we get complaints on the single family. We've had property managers who have complaints from neighbors because a tenant is driving up and down the road too fast. You know, it's clearly not a breach of the actual tenancy itself within the property, but they deal with these phone calls every week. So there are lots of conditions like that might lead a landlord to terminate a tenancy. And we have a lot of concern over the bills for that reason.
Yes, my name's Kathy Howard. I'm General Counsel for Regional Management, Inc. in Baltimore City. We serve lower and middle income customers and consider that we do a very good service without taking any government tax breaks or requiring our customers to seek any additional subsidies or anything along those lines. It's simply market rate. One of the things that really causes me great concern in this bill is that essentially what we're saying here today in this bill is that a tenant can tell me when they want to leave anytime during the course of the lease and at close to the renewal time, but that I cannot in any way decide to give a proper notice to a tenant and have any ability to know that I am going to be able to get that property back. It's an infinite lease for the landlord. And I don't think that that is what we really are trying to do here. We've heard a lot of stories and very impressive stories from some of the proponents. But every single one of those that I heard is about retaliatory action on a landlord's part, which I would think is terrible. And I think that if what we are really trying to do is to protect the tenants, making sure that there is something that is a way that they cannot be retaliated against by the landlord, then let's look again at our retaliatory eviction statutes. And there are local retaliatory eviction statutes now, as well as statewide. Baltimore City has one, and I know that Montgomery County has one. Let's take a look at that and let's get this done.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Royster was having technical difficulties with her microphone. I think it's working now. If she could go before me.
Sure. Can you bring her up, Jacob?
Hello? Can you all hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. Chair Corman, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on HB 477. Borgia Residential is a property management company operating in DC, Maryland, and Virginia for over 75 years. We currently manage 10,000 apartment homes in those jurisdictions. I have been an owner and an operator for over 35 years. Borgia Residential opposes the adoption of the just cause eviction laws. These policies put good residents at risk by limiting the ability of housing providers to act quickly to remove problem residents. As a good business practice, apartment community owners and operators want long-term residents and strive to avoid evictions where possible. The ability not to renew a lease is necessary to protect residents and staff. While I could go on about the specifics of just cause, I want to provide you with a few examples of the many that I have experienced in DC who has just cause. I had a resident who was verbally abusive to her neighbors. She threatened them with harm. She even spat on them. It was so bad, I had to transfer 7 of the apartments neighboring hers. Ultimately, her violent behavior was taken out on an innocent store clerk who she stabbed. We had filed a court case against her, but the legal process took over 18 months. Another example is a resident who thinks it's amusing to pull a fire alarm at all times of the day and night. We have him on camera. The police will not arrest him. The court process on this resident will take just as long. If executing a just cause eviction to remove problem residents is both time-consuming and expensive. Moreover, it enables bad behavior by problem residents that ultimately impacts other members of our apartment community. This often leads to residents moving out of frustration to avoid enduring bad behavior from others that go unaddressed. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Vice Chair, Brian Anlow on behalf of the Apartment and Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington, here testifying in opposition on behalf of our members. You've heard some reasons why just cause is a bad policy. I want to touch a little bit on why there's already considerable disincentive for property owners to evict tenants. I shared some details with you all in my testimony, a breakdown of turnover cost. We surveyed our members and basically found that on average, it costs about 2 to 3 months rent to turn over a unit. That includes things like cleaning the unit, making repairs, marketing it, and getting it back on the market and filled again. In addition to that, there are considerable legal costs of evicting tenants. And those can take many months, as you heard from Ms. Royster with the examples in DC. Those can compound the cost of turnover and eviction. And then there's also the cost from the time that the unit is off the market, which can be considerable as well. So again, we provided an overall breakdown, even if you adjust some of the numbers for how long it's currently taking to evict tenants in Montgomery, Prince George's County, and elsewhere, you'll still get an overall picture that it is very costly to evict and turn over units. And that is the current disincentive to evict good paying tenants that are not otherwise a nuisance to their neighbors and the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you all. First question is Delegate Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's deja vu all over again. So my first question is, I've heard today and in the written testimony and over the years, sort of 2 arguments that I find at odds. One is, I think, somewhat what Mr. Anlow just recounted. And actually, Mr. Anlow, I thought your stats were really good about the cost of eviction. That basically this is such a small population that we're talking about. And if you look at the evictions database on DHCD's website, you'll see that there are only about 4,000 warrants of restitution filed for tenant holding over cases per year. 4,000, there are 2 million Maryland renters. So we're talking about like 0.1% or 0.2% of renters being caught up in one of these cases annually. Contrast that to failure to pay rent actions, 40 times greater. So in the grand scheme of things, I often hear you guys, I think rightfully say, this is a tiny, tiny universe of people that this bill affects. At the same time, you also talk, I think somewhat persuasively, that this is going to be a huge cost for landlords to go into the court system and have to bring all these witnesses in to prove that the cause was good or just. But those seem to contradict each other. So I just want to say, which is it? Is it that this is a tiny universe of people and landlords don't like to evict and they like to get rent from people, and we're not talking about very many cases? Or is it that this is a huge administrative burden that the bill would create?
So I think this, Delegate Stewart, I think that you have to take into consideration the fact that if you have an apartment house, for example, and let's say there are 10 apartments on the 9th floor, and you have a tenant who repeatedly puts his trash out in the hallway, you have a tenant who is noisy, who has parties all the time, if you have a tenant that is abusive when he sees other tenants, and you're getting constant complaints about that, it's a question. It's not just that one tenant, okay? The question is, it's if you can't address that, and if that that tenant tries to, takes advantage of this law, and then you've got to call witnesses to come testify, if you can get them to come testify in a trial, then you're talking about maybe 10 people that won't want to renew their leases because you've got a problem tenant and you can't remove them. That's number one. Number two, I mean, how can, just sit here and you may say it's a small problem, it's a minuscule number, but it can have a significant impact on someone who owns a rental property. And to pass a bill, which we think is just unjustified and will have a negative impact, potential to have a negative impact, I don't care if it's just on one property owner or on 10 property owners. If it's as small a number as you say, then why do we need the bill?
Right. Okay.
And if I may, I shared with this committee previously that multifamily operators are operating on very thin margins, on average about 5%. So even if it's a small number of cases or however many cases it may be, those costs compound. And we're adding a lot of additional cost to an already heavily regulated industry.
Okay, I get it. Mr. Garrett, okay. I'm going to go back to the fair housing hypo that I mentioned to Mr. Shaw earlier. The hypo, as I think all of y'all were in the room, was a tenant is told flatly by their landlord that they don't want any more Black people in their apartment, and that's why they're not renewing their lease. Under current Maryland law, what remedy would that tenant have? Wouldn't it just be a he said, she said, as Mr. Shaw outlined? I mean, without this bill, how does a tenant win that case?
Look, it's a he said, she said, no matter what happens. The question is now, are you going to have to go to court and file an eviction and meet one of these specified criteria? And how are you even going to prove that? It is a he said, she said, and that's one of the major problems is how do I get a tenant? There's rules on hearsay. Who am I going to put on the witness stand who's going to testify as to what a problem tenant Delegate Von Stewart was, and that's why his lease wasn't renewed?
Well, I mean,
how am I going to do that?
Can't landlords point to what the good cause is? Wouldn't there be witnesses of what the breach of lease is?
In other words, I mean, you're talking about a legal proceeding in a court, and I can't go to the witness stand, and you know this, you're a lawyer. I can't say he said this and she said that. That's all hearsay.
But to your example earlier, if someone's being disruptive and throwing trash out in the hall, wouldn't there be a handful of witnesses that could attest to this person being problematic?
I'm going to summons the tenants that I rent to and force them to come to court.
That is frankly a very difficult thing to do, to get tenants who are living in a building and to testify against their neighbors. It is practically impossible.
I get that. Sorry to cut you off. I just know the chair is going to cut me off eventually. I just want to say, what is the solution then? If it's too hard to bring in these witnesses, the landlords to bring in the witnesses, or should we just sit on our hands? Do you guys have any thoughts about what we should do about a tenant whose landlord tells them they're not going to renew their lease because they're Black? Should we just let that happen? Or what's this? Do you guys have a thought on what we could pass?
I mean, I will say,
it's okay if not.
Look, to the extent it's always going to be a he said, she said, but there are fair housing laws in this country. There is a commission on civil rights. You guys, extended authority to the Attorney General also to enforce civil rights rules. So, I mean, I do think there are laws in place. I do think that there are avenues for people to make complaints about fair housing. And I do think this state in particular has, put more resources into that, so I do think that's one avenue.
Madam Vice Chair, just one last question. A couple of times y'all cited positively the ability of Baltimore City and other jurisdictions that have gone above and beyond the state's retaliatory eviction law. And you mentioned that sort of positively that was a good thing that they were allowed to experiment and they've created stronger laws and that's good. I'm just wondering why you don't want the locals to have the same ability to do that when it comes to just cause laws. If it's good for retaliatory eviction for Baltimore City to experiment and be a laboratory of democracy, why isn't it good under this framework?
I think that the situation is this. The retaliatory eviction statutes at the local level are working. And when you really look at what we have heard today about why this bill is necessary, I think that everything that I have heard is that it is whatever the landlord is doing is a retaliatory problem. And that's what those statutes are designed to do. I don't think that just cause, as you call it, is needed when you have, as long as you have robust retaliatory eviction statutes on the books, both locally and at the state level.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So I have a couple of questions, sort of following up on what Delegate Stewart was asking. So you said that it's always a he said, she said situation. But let's say that this law passes and a local jurisdiction chooses to implement it and adopts some of the just cause provisions that are in this bill, which are just suggestions, by the way, because it says may include. So let's say that somebody, that a landlord decides not to renew a lease, and then the landlord puts in the notice that the tenant is has failed to cease disorderly conduct that disturb the peace and quiet of other tenants in the building. Okay, that's one of the things cited here, right? So that would be written into, that would be notified to the tenant that that was the situation, and then they would go to court. And I'm not a lawyer, but this is how I envision it. I do watch TV shows about lawyers. So they do go to court, and then because the tenant then says, no, that wasn't the case, and they would present evidence to show that wasn't the case, right? So if this law weren't in effect, the landlord would simply say, I'm not renewing the lease. And then they'd go to court, and the tenant would have nothing to base it on. There would be no, there would be nothing in which to bring the case. So isn't it so that it is not a he said, she said, if this law were adopted, that it would actually, it may shift the burden of proof, to the landlord having to prove, having to have a reason. But it's not a he said, she said. It's actually a notice of a specific violation that then the tenant could dispute and the landlord could defend. Am I right about that?
Well, I think that you have to understand is that this is going to arise when a lease expires, and the tenant, the landlord notifies, requires Delegate Stewart's bill, 60 days notice on a month-to-month and 90 days on a longer than month-to-month notice that you're not going to renew. You notify the tenant you're not going to renew, and the tenant won't move out. So what is your option? Your only option is to go to court and file for eviction. And the burden is on you, and you are going to have to put witnesses on the stand to testify as to what problems this tenant caused in the property. And we find that's going to be a impossible burden to meet. Can you imagine that we're gonna do what? Issue subpoenas to the neighbors and force them to take a day off from work and come to court to testify? And suppose they lose, then they're gonna have this guy, this person's gonna be their neighbor. And let me just say that what's so troubling is that if I enter into a month-to-month lease, month-to-month with a tenant, and I choose not to renew it, that tenant under this bill, what could happen at the local level, basically can stay in that property for the next 30 years because he signed a month-to-month lease with me. It just doesn't make sense.
Okay, well, I didn't ask about that, but okay,
if-
I get your point, but my other question is, so if you said, Mr. Enton, that this is unprecedented.
Yes.
That it's under contract law that this is unprecedented.
Right.
There also was, I believe, testimony that there are 5 states and 16 localities across the country that already have just cause eviction laws on the books. My question to you is, do you have any cases that you can cite or any examples that there have been violations raised and upheld by the courts that this does violate contracts law?
You know, I have to go look at these other. I've practiced law my whole life in the state of Maryland. I've been down here forever. I'm pretty familiar with Maryland law. So I don't know what Colorado or New Jersey law may say or not say, and what the court cases are there.
Well, if you could find something like that, I would appreciate it.
Fine, we'll take a look.
Thank you.
Madam Vice
Thank
Chair.
you. Thank
Madam
you.
Vice Chair, can I touch on Delegate Foley's first point? Very briefly. Ms. Royster touched on your first question. Even when there is video proof, as there is in DC, of someone pulling the fire alarm at all times of the day and night, the police won't arrest, and the cases are still taking many, many months. The burden is still, because the burden is placed on the landlord, and you've created such a high bar to reach, it has made it extraordinarily difficult to obtain evictions in those cases. So even when it's more than he said, she said, it is still very difficult.
Yeah. Move on.
I apologize, Delegate. Next, we have Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. This really could be to anyone on the panel, but maybe Kathy is the most, whoever wants to answer this question. So I'm looking at a recent article from CNBC, and it lists the following cities as the most unaffordable housing markets in the country. So it lists New York, New Jersey, Los Angeles, Long Beach, California, San Francisco, San Diego, Anaheim, Santa Ana, California, Oakland, and Boston, Massachusetts. It's my understanding that's 10 out of 12 of the most unaffordable housing markets in the country. I think one of the common threads there, though, is that each of these cities and or states have a just cause law in place. Is that so?
As far as I know, that is absolutely what's going on. And I think that that is something that nobody's talking about in this room today. And I think it is it's very concerning.
So if that is the case, and we know that there is at least a 96,000 affordable housing unit shortage in Maryland, how are we going to get to that 96,000, or maybe the number is even larger? We've heard today that number might even be larger than 96,000 without private sector investment, right? Because I think this would disincentivize the private sector. And how does it make it more affordable for these 96,000 families or individuals that need housing here in Maryland?
I hate to say it, but that's a very good question. And I think that we have to really think about the parameters and what's going to potentially be the fallout from bills such as this, where it's going to disincentivize folks who are especially in our niche that regional management has. It's very affordable housing, and it's market rate. It's not taking any subsidies. And I will tell you that this really gives everybody nightmares in my shop, because we are very concerned about how we're going to deal with some of these situations if we have this law on the books.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad that you guys are all smart on this stuff and you're lawyers, and I'm not. but I'm glad to see the law is also enabling, or the proposal is also enabling. And I like the word may. So we have 24 jurisdictions in Maryland, and any one of them could enable the legislation and come up with anything that they want to as far as the mays are concerned. How does the court interpret that if you have 24 different just cause laws in Maryland and people are moving about?
Delegate Morgan, you should have in your packet of testimony today what I think is a fairly unprecedented memo from the Maryland Judicial Conference saying, and I quote, "The Maryland judiciary opposes House Bill 684, quote, unquote." Pretty unprecedented to have the judiciary come in, I think, in strong opposition against the bill.
Thank you, Delegate Morgan. Delegate Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for being here, everybody. I appreciate it. Always good to see everybody. My question, again, not being a lawyer, might be difficult to answer, but bear with me if you can. The bill, like we talked about, it has a list of things that just cause may include, right? Hypothetically, if the word may were to change and, it must include, do any of you envision a potentially, I know no list is exhaustive, but could you ever envision any sort of list that would satisfy all of your parties of specific definitions and like a list of things that could be covered and should be covered and must be covered under just cause that would kind of let everyone's nightmares go away?
Now, I've always felt, Delegate, that to have this, you must have, quote, just cause, unquote. And then the bills that we've seen in the past, listed 7 or 8 things. To me, we've got statutes where we've referenced with, retaliatory eviction, which say you can't evict because of A, B, C, D, E, and F. And we know that. That's what the law says. And we can't evict if that's the reason. If you have a statute, which, I always thought, and we'd have to look at it, which rather than saying saying that you must have one of the enumerated just causes, better to have a statute that says, that the following you can't evict, and this go back to retaliatory eviction, the following are not just cause. Okay, here's the things you can't do. Give us a list and we'll look at it and we'll talk about it. But that's what the retaliatory eviction statutes do. Once again, the Montgomery County retaliatory eviction statute in the Maryland Code has been on the books for years and years and years.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Tarasa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trying to figure out where to start. So the burden shifting, this is to Delegate Foley's point about this really just shifts the burden. And if this is a he said, she said, and you can't call other neighbors, wouldn't that be a problem for the tenant in proving retaliation as well? I mean, the tenants what this does is shift the burden so the tenant doesn't have to prove it. The landlord has to prove it, but it's the same witnesses, right? And wouldn't it be hard to get a tenant to testify against their landlord in favor of one of the other tenants?
Okay, so the tenant is the aggrieved party. Okay, typically the aggrieved party has the burden to go forward. Okay.
That's what this is about.
Tenant is the aggrieved party. We're not the aggrieved party. The tenant's the aggrieved party.
Okay, well, that's what this is about. And I guess isn't that so that they'd still have to call the same witnesses?
If the tenant goes to the witness stand and the tenant testifies that, I haven't done anything wrong. I've been a perfect tenant. I'm not aware of any complaints against me. Okay. I think they could probably testify to that. But I mean, to be able,
right.
But it doesn't address the primary underlying issue, which is that you're saying to the landlord, the lease is up and you must continue.
I understand
to rent.
I understand that's
It
your
doesn't
opinion,
say
but
to
that's
the
not my
tenant
question.
that the tenant, you must continue to stay.
Right. I understand that. We disagree on that. But wouldn't the landlord have, in a case where they're in a just cause eviction, wouldn't they have a paper trail of the problems they've had with these tenants?
You can ask Miss Howard. I mean, she's the one that gets the calls from other tenants.
Right. I mean, this is, I think what you're setting up is the tenant, the tenant who has been told to, that the lease is going to terminate. Stands up and says, I've been a perfect tenant. I don't understand why this is happening to me.
Right, but wouldn't the landlord have?
The landlord then the burden shifts to the landlord to prove that yes, that one of these enumerated things in the bill has that tenant did that. And a lot of this particularly in some of the substantial breach of the lease, engaging in illegal activity, disorderly conduct that disturbs the neighbors. The neighbors are the people who have to testify to that. I may have a paper trail when I've been getting complaints from my tenants, but that potentially is simply hearsay. I can bring in my manager and I can have them testify to that, but I don't know that it isn't simply hearsay, and that will not necessarily get us over the hump to prove that this person really should not, that this tenant should really not stay there anymore.
Okay, so, and isn't it true that on retaliatory eviction cases, that doesn't apply in a 1-year lease non-renewal?
I would have to look at this. Off the top of my head, I don't know, but I didn't think that
Does anybody
was
else
the
know
case.
that?
But if it is, I can check and see. Be happy to get back to you on that.
Then the rest of you know the answer to that?
Anybody know?
Okay, thank you.
Let's see.
Thank you, Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to follow up on Delegate Terrasa's questions. So as tenants complain about things, wouldn't a good property manager keep a log of those? Wouldn't there be a log of tenant complaints and how you resolve those complaints? So if there were complaints about another tenant making noise or leaving trash in the hallway, there would be a log of that contemporaneous when it actually happened. I'm not sure that's the right word, but at the time it happened, correct?
Yes, well, you'd have either a log or you actually have a work order or something along those lines. But again, that is someone calling us and saying, I just want you to know that this guy put his trash out again today. And that's, and that's fine. I've got that record in my records, but I can't call, I don't know whether or not I'm going to be successful in getting the neighboring tenant to come and say, you know what, I called that in and he does it every day or every week or whatever it is. And that's the problem is that my ability to prove that is going to become very a very big issue if I don't have.
I understand, but I understand that, and I understand the point about not wanting to call tenants. But isn't it true that there are other types of evidence besides witnesses, and a contemporaneous, if that's the right word, log could be introduced as evidence? And I don't think it would be hearsay because it was a log of what was complained about and what the property manager did to resolve that. Couldn't that be introduced as evidence?
It certainly can be introduced as evidence,
Okay.
but I don't know whether I
understand.
I have no idea what my friends at the judiciary were going to say about that.
Totally
and
understand.
especially with this
But
situation.
might there also be emails with a tenant where you email the tenant and say, you are making noise, we've had complaints, please stop making noise, and then the tenant might email back. So there's some record there that could be also introduced as evidence. Is
Right.
that?
I don't disagree with you that record keeping is very important and
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
bolster a case. And that's certainly what for 30 years I've been preaching to my managers to do exactly that.
Thank you,
But
Ms.
it may or
Howard.
may not be solving the problem.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. Delegate Long.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. To the panel, but to Mr. Ensign as well, too. You referenced the judiciary and their opposition.
Yes.
And I want to make sure that we're clear because I can't think of a time when they've not been opposed, but that's a different story for a different day. But It says the district court is a statewide court system designed to provide the uniform application of law to all who come before it. This bill could cause a landlord-tenant law to apply differently in one jurisdiction. They're only opposed because they're thinking it should be a statewide. Isn't that so?
I think that is the problem that they have with this bill. And we're here today talking about this bill. We've had bills in the past that were statewide well, we had a Montgomery County bill, local bill, which never passed. Okay. I don't know that we had a statewide just cause bill.
I don't believe we have.
I don't think so.
I'm not sure.
No, I don't think so. But I guess my question is, I want to get at, so I don't want us to reference the judiciary in this respect, though. At least if they're giving the explanation as to why they're currently opposed.
I'm sorry, I just have the memo. I haven't spoken to them. I have the memo that they wrote as part of the, the witness, the testimony that was filed in the case. Let me just say, I think part of the problem is that the bill says just cause may include, and then there's a laundry list of what it can include. Okay. It doesn't place any requirements, any limitations whatsoever on what, may be included. You can include this, but it doesn't limit and say, you can't include that, or it must, there's no limitation at all. Who knows what each county could come up with and say that, this is what just cause is. And if you don't meet these specific just cause definitions, you can't terminate the lease.
Thank you.
And I think one point on that, that about the judiciary, if you're a landlord with a lot of properties in varying jurisdictions in the state of Maryland, and they all have a patchwork quilt of what is just cause, I think it's going to be very, very difficult and very, very expensive for the managing property owner to be able to deal with this particular law.
Thank you so much. And can you ask a quick clarifying question? Retaliation laws are statewide for each jurisdiction, or does each jurisdiction have their own retaliation?
There's a statewide retaliatory eviction law in the real property article.
Okay.
But there are also in several jurisdictions, Baltimore City and I think Montgomery County. I'm not sure about Prince George's, but they have a local retaliatory eviction law as well.
And so, and just to clarify, you all have been talking about retaliation and the need to quote unquote just look at retaliation laws, even if the points were points that pointed to the article regarding retaliation laws. Wouldn't the same issue be the same, I think, to the point of not necessarily being statewide, but the judiciary having an issue of implementing or presiding over, because there still would be different I guess retaliation laws per jurisdiction?
Once again, I can't speak for the
That's fine.
judiciary.
No problem. I wanted to point that out. Last, I think, person we have now is Delegate Jacobs.
Oh, thank you so much, Madam Vice Chair. And I had written down several questions, and a lot of them have been touched on in the last half an hour or so. But the one thing that really jumps out at me, and I remember because during COVID, I got a lot of phone calls from landlords and others that were having all kinds of damage issues, substantial damage issues. And so, Mr. Costello, you touched on this in the beginning, and it's kind of troubling for me because I'm sure when people sign a lease or a contract, there's like, here's the rules, here's this and here's this. And if you violate it, obviously there's a violation of the contract. But when you look at the page 3 of the bill and it talks about substantial breach, causing substantial damage or substantial breaches, it's troubling. Can you kind of talk about that? I mean, where is the standard there? That's where, the calls that I got from many cases a couple years ago were substantial. So I'd like to know where you see this balance.
Yeah, and I think that's the question that most of us up here have. And there's been a lot of discussion about, he said, she said, standards of evidence, but really for a lot of these things, is it even a substantial breach that we're talking about? Is a court going to determine it that it's a substantial breach? Is it substantial damage? So is someone leaving trash out going to be considered a substantial breach of the lease? I don't know. And I can tell you that under good cause rules that the federal government have laid out, they've stated that repetitive minor violations would be considered a material noncompliance, which is basically their good cause. So, I mean, it's a question mark. I don't know, but it would seem to me that would be a pretty significant point where, we know what wear and tear is before the court, but substantial damage, probably not as clear.
And it's a gray area. I just see it being a problem in conjunction with what's already in law of the retaliation law. I mean, that just looks to me like it's confusing. So that's why I was asking that question. Thank you.
Delegate Holmes will have the last question, and that will, oh, I'm sorry. I just saw you. You just turned on your light, literally. And Delegate Baker after will be the absolute last question for this panel to close out this. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A lot of discussion has been in reference to contract law. And I'm going to ask a question. I do not want a master's degree thesis in answering the question. Can someone give me an idea of a comparison of contract law? For example, if I lease a car from a dealership and then the lease ends, is there any similar types of language that it must be requested on either side in contract law like this? And if not, then the persons in favor of the bill or the person in opposed to the bill, if anyone could give me some comparison to a contract law that mirrors this, I would appreciate it. Do you have any idea of how the two contract law things or and this provision mirror each other somewhere, anywhere at all?
But let me just say, Delegate Holmes, that I've asked that question at my law firm. And, we're a fairly good sized law firm. We have special guys that specializes in banking law. They specialize in real property law, you name it. And I asked exactly that question, and no one could come back to me with an example that said that when a contract has a term and the term is up, that there's a law that says, however, under these circumstances, one party can make it stay in force.
I got it. Like I said, no thesis. All right, that's fine. And if anyone for or against can give me any ideas of a comparison, I appreciate it. No thesis. Thank you.
And Delegate Baker has the last question.
I guess my thoughts, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, if I enter into a lease agreement, I know what I agreed to. The property owner knows what I agreed to and what they're agreeing to, and I sign that. I just have difficulty understanding, how do I not stay committed to that? That's my thought. So my question is, if this bill were to pass, will it result in increased rents? And if so, do you have any idea on how much the rents would have to increase to cover all of these possible
I think one of the problems, Delegate, is that this bill leaves it completely, totally up to local governments to decide what's just cause and what's not just cause. And I just don't know what's going to be in any of those laws. But I think it clearly, depending on what's in them, would be and the fact that, I don't know, you have a problem tenant and now he gets to stay in the property forever. You can never force him to leave.
Based on this
What are you
bill,
and other tenants move out? That's the cost that's going to go up. is that other tenants move out because you have a tenant that's a problem and you can't get rid of them.
And if I may, Delegate, at least one of those counties, which you heard from today, County Executive Mark Eldridge, has rent control that applies not only to existing tenants, but to new tenants. So a landlord has a further disincentive in Montgomery County because you cannot evict someone in Montgomery County to raise rents back to market levels. You are
I
capped
understand that.
overall, and
Okay.
Prince George's is poised to do the same.
Dr. Baker, you all set?
I didn't get an answer.
Isn't that so? Okay. I do not see any more questions, so thank you, and thanks to these witnesses for staying with us so long. That concludes the bill hearing, and we will now turn to HB 486, a very patient delegate fair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have a couple of testifiers in my specific panel that are virtual, partially because of medical reasons. Are they going to be allowed to be part of the sponsor panel?
Bring them up right after you go ahead.
Wonderful. I appreciate it. Thank you. Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and esteemed members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, I am Delegate Chris Fair presenting House Bill 486. This bill was presented to the committee last year, and with thanks to various ENT committee members and special thanks to Delegate Holmes, advocates and various stakeholders were proud to bring this bill back in a more prescriptive posture. Simply put, this bill is about transparency and allowing home buyers to be fully informed before making one of the largest purchase decisions in their life. However, the difference between this addendum and other disclosures could not be more critical. Our esteemed panel of experts here today will be testifying why specifically the National Priority List Superfund sites are unique in Maryland and across the country. They will be testifying on how this legislation is scientifically crafted to capture the most potentially at-risk residents through our half-mile distance provision. The panel of experts will outline the simple process by which home buyers and sellers can see their properties and its proximity to a National Priority Superfund site. They will outline why the rights of rescission and prescriptive language given in our bill are best practices for all sellers to ensure proper notification and legal protection of the seller. Finally, our expert panel will testify why it is so important that we acknowledge and respect the fact that our states have National Priority List Superfund sites and the real human impact these sites can have on our communities. Let's be clear about what this bill is not designed to do. It is not designed to limit or stagnate housing production or sales. It is not designed to place undue burden on property sellers. It is designed to be honest with home buyers across the state in a consistent and powerful way, allowing them to make a fully informed decision that is in the best interest for them and their families. It is important to note that the 26 National Priority List Superfund sites throughout Maryland cross-sect many of our districts, including 16 members on this committee who live in a county that has a National Priority List Superfund site, and 4 members on this committee represent a district that has a National Priority List Superfund site. This challenge intersects all of our communities, and while our federal, state, and state agencies are doing incredible work to mitigate, clean up, and in many cases permanently repair these sites, it is our obligation to be transparent with our citizens and support them by providing the full explanation of the property they are preparing to purchase. I respectfully request a favorable report, Mr. Chair, and look forward to turning it over to our panel of experts.
Great, thank you. I think we have a few different folks who are virtual. Elizabeth Law, is she on your panel?
She is not.
Okay, Emily Ranson?
Yes.
We'll start with Emily.
Hi, good afternoon, members of the committee. I am Emily Ranson with Clean Water Action, here in support of House Bill 486. A little bit of understanding of what is a Superfund site. These are sites that are not a broad collection of polluted sites. They are, by definition, EPA's list of the most hazardous sites in the country. Due to the quality and quantity of contaminants, Long-term cleanup plans under the Superfund Remediation Program are required. Sites are considered a national priority if they have high enough hazard ranking system. They go through lengthy state and federally mandated procedural requirements to fully assess the scope of contamination, investigate potential remediation requirements, to fully assess the scope of contamination, investigate the remedies, implement remedies, and monitor the long-term operations of these remedies. Of all of our potentially or contaminated sites in Maryland, only about 10% end up on this list. And these are the sites that this bill, as written, ensures the disclosure of to buyers. Many NPL sites linger for years in the remedial investigation phase in order to fully characterize the geographic scope of contamination. During this time, it has already been declared dangerous enough to be on the NPL, but we may not yet know the scope of the danger to surrounding communities. For example, the NPL site at Fort Detrick entered its remedial investigations in 2010, and in 2023, we are still in that process. But during the past 13 years, the known geographic scope of contamination has been expanded in ways that concretely affect nearby properties. Sometimes this is because the contamination is present in groundwater plumes, and sometimes it is the result of other aspects. This timeframe becomes problematic because land use decisions and planning are all happening while the site is still under an investigation. And so development decisions are made, and this is one of the main reasons why for this bill, we need to make sure that buyers have the proper information to make decisions based on the set of information that currently exists. This bill would satisfy disclosure of a minimum buffer of a half mile to accommodate these typical scenarios of contamination boundaries shifting over time. So thank you, and we urge a favorable report.
Thank you. Before we go to your virtual witnesses, could I ask if there's any questions for the sponsor or the in-person? Delegate Ruth?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate Fair, for this bill. A couple of the testimony that was submitted favorable with amendments mentioned the EPA website and the difficulty of mapping the half mile. I guess the website is not set up to be able to map those kinds of distances. I wondered if you wanted to address that.
Yeah, actually, the website, the EPA has done a great job of even just recently, as soon as this year, updating those tools and making them much more functional. Right now, the EPA can map up to 1 mile. And I know, I think it is mentioned in your testimony, in some of your favorable testimony, that the EPA is looking at updating that to a half a mile. And all it is you simply, there was a step-by-step, I think, was included with your testimony about how to look up your own address. If you're interested in seeing how close you are to a Superfund site, you can simply enter your address, select the parameter of how far you want to draw a circle, and you can actually see how close it buffers up against an existing Superfund site. As I mentioned, there's 26 of them throughout the state of Maryland.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we will up Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for bringing this bill back, Delegate Fair. I'm just curious, can you characterize how just well-informed generally you think your constituents are about their proximity to a Superfund site? And do they even know where to find out information about, like, where your local, your local repository is about what exactly is happening with the, with the site, and whether any, remediation or anything else has occurred?
So I'll say, just speaking for myself, as somebody who lives in a district that has a Superfund site, that is Fort Detrick was mentioned earlier. Our site B is in my district, and I grew up knowing that there was a contamination site. I did not understand until a lot of the advocates brought this issue forward to me a few years ago, really the difference between what we're talking about when we talk about contaminated sites and national priority list contaminated sites. And so national priority lists is a very special designation by the federal government. And so learning that, I realized, oh my gosh, there's this entire network of material out there to help keep people informed about what this looks like. Because as the testimony you heard a moment ago mentioned, not necessarily all all Superfund sites or national priority list Superfund sites aren't in remediations. Many of them are seeking active remediation as we speak. And so the sites that we found would be better suited for folks who are in the process of potentially buying a house within a half a mile of a Superfund site, with the websites that we've listed specifically prescriptively in the language, to be able to better educate folks about what does it mean that you're living next to a national priorities list Superfund
And a
site.
quick follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
So it's been a long time since I've looked at, Superfund law and the sites. In another life, I was a reporter on the Hill that actually covered the law. But are there still requirements for physical repositories of, where all the information can be looked at by the public, whether it's, sort of the history of the contamination or what's been done? Is that still the case? Do you know?
It is, and that I think is actually listed. The site that you can go to on the bill is listed in the bill itself. The EPA site for the human exposure dashboard, as well as search Superfund sites where you live, are both great opportunities for you to learn more about Superfund sites, where they're at, what they do, why they're labeled the way they are, and also what phase in the process of remediation that each and every Superfund site is in.
Okay, thank you. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Delegate Morgan.
Mr. Chair, Delegate, what do you do for the sites that have already been cleaned up?
So there is a designation for sites that are removed from the national priority list once they have reached a certain phase in the process of remediation. I think the experts that I have online might testify better to that question. If I can ask if they can come back to that
I just
question
wonder
later.
if the site's been cleaned up, if this is then, for those sites that have been cleaned up, is this going to be necessary in a real estate clause if you're doing a half a mile of a cleaned up site?
So that's the uniqueness of I'll just say, and again, I would encourage my panelists to kind of chime in on this, but I will say the national priority list designation is the only properties that will be listed on this real estate contract. And that when that national priority list designation is removed from a property, that is the time when it would be removed from any real estate contracts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Let's bring up those virtual witnesses. We'll start with Jennifer Kunze from Clean Water Action.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, Jennifer Kunze, Clean Water Action. And like Delegate Fair, I grew up near the Fort Detrick campus in Frederick that has that NPL site there. And this bill is a really important piece of the puzzle for making sure that residents are informed about the most serious types of pollution that may impact them. The provisions that this bill has for disclosure in home sales are really clear and simple and direct to protect all buyers by disclosing material facts about properties that are specific. The bill requires that it's specifically homes in close proximity to an NPL site get that disclosure. That's important for making sure that the information stands out to the buyers for whom it's directly relevant. It also requires that disclosure is in the form of a separate addendum, again, so that it stands out and doesn't get lost in that long list of general buyer's notices that are going to be strewn throughout the contract. There's standardized language here to make sure that every buyer gets the same information, including the definition of an NPL site, which, like the delegate said, not everybody knows, and the best sources for more information on the EPA's website. And there, the buyers can find all of the information they need to know, including that map. This bill also importantly offers the buyers recourse when they go to research that information. 5 days after signing the contract, the buyer can terminate if they choose, or they can move forward with the purchase of the home with the information, holding the information that they need to have about the contamination and any possible effects on the property or mitigations or other steps they may want to take. And the bill really purposefully includes the words any and all in front of residential real estate transactions. That's very important to make sure that this applies to all transactions and there aren't any loopholes for sales by developers and so on. So this bill is really important for communities' ability to know. So please pass the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now turn to Roberta Huber if she's here. You're on mute. Ms. Huber, you're on mute. There you go.
Hi, I'm Roberta Huber, and the NPL Superfund site posed too high a risk to be in a buyer's notice, as the realtors had previously proposed. A general buyer notice can fall under many categories. Some buyer notices list general non-property specific checklists like deeds, restrictions, easements, leases. It alerts the buyer to check to see if any of these items apply to this specific property. Other types of buyer notices involve forms like the MD 10-702 disclosure disclaimer form, which begins with a notice exempting residential sales such as new builds, foreclosure sales, sheriff sales. HB 486 covers all residential property sales, no exceptions. The proposed law also mandates disclosure if the property is within 1/2 mile of an NPL Superfund site. Standard buyer notice forms do not provide the buyer a right to rescind the contract if the disclosure or disclaimer statement is provided on or before entering into the contract. This new legislation allows the buyer 5 days to void the contract specifically based on this disclosure. If the contamination were on site, there would be no question that it had to be disclosed. NPL contamination does not need on-site to be on site to pose a risk. Vapor intrusion is an example. Finally, a buyer's notice in every residential sales contract stating NPLs exist in Maryland and leaving it up to the buyer to research is also inadequate. I urge you to protect Marylanders and pass the Superfund site disclosure legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jen Pepihan, please.
I grew up near Fort Detrick. My elementary school was across the road from Area B. I grew up playing in the nearby seeps and springs. Fort Detrick suspected contamination from Area B's unlined landfills had traveled off-site through the groundwater, and in the 90s, one of those springs I played in as a child was tested for contamination. They found large amounts of TCE, a known carcinogen. When I was 12, I was diagnosed with Hodgkin's. When I was 33, I was given 8 months to 2 years to live, and when I was 37, I had breast cancer. In 2010, I asked my friends on Facebook who went to my elementary school in the 70s and had cancer before they were 25 or knew a classmate that had died young from cancer. I had 24 responses in 2 days. I have since spent my efforts trying to help this not happen to others. Without this bill, the current future homeowners are not entitled to adequate disclosure that may alert and educate them to potential vapor intrusion and other contamination risks from nearby NPL sites. TCE has a maximum contaminant level of 5 parts per billion. The Army found levels along their fence line at 15,000 parts per billion. 1 foot on the other side of this fence is owned by a developer who was approved to build homes before the testing was complete. Because the remedial investigation was not complete, the developer delayed it by denying right of entry, and because the Army had stated no risk, because no homes were there yet, so there were no people to be exposed, the Planning Commission said its hands were tied to deny the development. A decade later, the last data set confirmed that there is a vapor intrusion risk for some of those homes. What we do know is that those homes will be built. What we don't know is how this information is legally mandated to be disclosed and explained coherently to potential current and future home buyers. Current protocol only requires disclosure for hazards on site. NPL sites do not have to be on site to pose risk. Risk ends where the influence of contamination ends. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for this panel? Okay, thank you all. There is another favorable in-person piece of testimony from Elizabeth Law, if she's here.
I think she might be virtual.
Virtual?
Oh, I'm sorry, she's virtual. Thank you. You're on top of that. Is she in the waiting room, Rebecca? Great.
Yes. Here I am.
Please go ahead.
Okay, I'm speaking in support of HB 486. NPL Superfund sites pose too high a danger of contamination for such information to be slipped in as inconspicuous buyer's notice. The realtors argue that it's the responsibility should be with the buyer. We disagree. Because of the magnitude of the potential hazard, the realtor and the seller must have the responsibility to provide MPL Superfund site information. Buyers who are unfamiliar with the area will be placed in a special disadvantage if the realtor's method is approved. This is clearly unfair and not unethical, not true disclosure, not property specific, and does not flag a home that is within a half-mile proximity of the most dangerous of Superfund sites. The realtors provide no right for the buyer to rescind the contract based on the information on the notice, leaving no recourse to the buyer. Our bill's 5-day notice based on the information provided must stand. The realtor's notice leaves out developer and builder sales because they use different contracts, nor does it address all or any residential real estate transactions. What they want is the opposite of conformity. The builders call for a website that is user unfriendly and will lead the buyer down a rabbit hole. The URLs in our bill are the correct tools. You can test them yourself for your district. We have seen the fallout of having no protection in place. Local governing bodies have no purview to include this information in their land use decisions. Public health officials must scramble to gather data to confirm or deny cancer clusters. Polluters assert they cannot communicate openly due to personal property rights. Stakeholders that sit at the heart of this bill, like Jen, who wished she would have known not to play in the contaminated spring. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for this panelist? Okay, thank you all. We do have in-person favorable amendment testimony from William Costelli. Please begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Bill Castelli on behalf of the Maryland Realtors. And as far as my written testimony goes, that was written before we were able to meet with our folks. We had some good conversations with the sponsors last week. And I do think we're a lot closer in terms of, amendments to really follow what their goal is. So one of the things that we talked about last week was making sure that this was a seller notice rather than a buyer notice, which I think we're comfortable with. And then making clear that 5-day rescission right is there. So one of the things that we did discuss was the fact that the mapping technology that is currently on site, and we don't have any problem with using their particular site in terms of where you go for the information and how you map it, but it is currently 1 mile or 2 miles, but it's measured in miles rather than 0.5 miles. So to the extent that the EPA changes that, great. But if, the bill passed tomorrow and you're the seller of this property and you've got to go up and decide whether your property is within 0.5 miles to make that disclosure, you wouldn't have the opportunity to do that just by putting in your address and then selecting something from that site. So we recommended that maybe we use a mile rather than 0.5 miles as the measuring tool, but this would still be a disclosure. So seller would basically be saying you are within 1 mile of Fort Detrick or whatever the other Superfund site is. If you got a 5-day, parties agree, rescission right based on that information. And that's basically what our amendments would be.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Delegate Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Castelli. So this is an important bill for me because like Jen, I've got some personal experience. I've had I've had cancer a couple of times, including non-Hodgkin lymphoma, and I grew up around a Superfund site too. And I didn't play in any streams, literal or proverbial, what my mom did. And what I was exposed to, PCBs, passes through utero. So sometimes this exposure to these toxins near Superfund sites actually, burdens future generations that didn't even see the initial cleanup site. My question is, with that in mind, I just want to make this as conspicuous as possible. And when I saw your initial written testimony, I was worried about like a buyer notice that went to every single buyer kind of buried in fine print, whether that would be sufficiently conspicuous. And so in your talks with the sponsor, have you kind of come into an agreement that we can maybe get a little bit more conspicuous with an addendum or?
So I can only tell you what
Sure.
what our folks have moved, how far our folks have moved. And we really haven't finished that kind of tying that conversation back with the sponsors. I really haven't had ability to talk to the sponsors yet about that. But yeah, the idea would be if it's a separate addendum to the contract. I mean, a lot of times what we do in the base contract is, seller indicates is the property in or out. Seller would check box, it's in. You'd have a separate addendum, which is contemplated in the bill itself that says, an agreement by parties saying, hey, this property is within, we suggest 1 mile, but making that notice very clear. I think the notice, if you read through the notice, it's kind of convoluted.
Sure.
But just making it very clear, seller says that this is within 1 mile of this property. This is what a Superfund property is. This is where you go to get the information.
Yeah.
You have a 5-day rescission right, party sign, simple.
Yeah, and I really like the 1 mile flag. I think that's really smart, but I hope that we can all come together and make this as obvious as possible.
And I just think from the perspective of not every seller is going to be using a real estate agent. It has to be clear. It has to be simple. Otherwise, the chances are it's not going to get done.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you. That concludes the bill hearing on HB 486. We'll now turn to Delegate Stewart, HB 510, Business Facade Improvement Program, eligible funding recipients. I think you have a panelist you can bring up with you.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Delegate Baker, other members of the illustrious Environment and Transportation Committee, you said you felt neglected. I'm Delegate Vaughn Stewart, and this is House Bill 510. Mr. Chair, I think this is going to go down in history as the simplest bill I've ever introduced in this committee. And it slightly tweaks the Business Facade Improvement Program, which, as everyone hopefully knows, was a bill that passed unanimously in 2023, led by and sponsored by our great speaker, Adrian A. Jones. The purpose of the program is to assist businesses clean up the facades of their businesses. And all this bill does is tweak slightly the type of entity that can apply for the funds from DHCD. Currently, the status quo is that only local governments can apply, but sometimes local governments aren't super involved in this process on the ground, so they turn into unnecessary middlemen that create red tape and bureaucracy. We're seeking to basically turn the program into a little bit more consistent with what's happening on the ground, which is that nonprofits, community development organizations are oftentimes leading the charge, like your local Main Street program, for example, by allowing these community development organizations to directly apply for the funds rather than having to route them through a local municipality. And I will note that this came to me from the department and that Madam Speaker has endorsed it. With that, I'll urge a favorable report.
Are you just here for questions?
Okay. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. So I'm Kevin Baines. For the record, I am the Director of State Revitalization Programs at Department of Housing and Community Development. And as the good delegate said, and you said it well, by the way, we pretty much are looking to partner not just with local governments when implementing community development programs such as facade programs, but ultimately we do work a lot with community development corporations. And so other programs that the department runs that in fact do allow for facade improvements, many of those partners in fact are community development corporations. As you mentioned, Main Street, the department has 34 Main Street communities, and of the 34 Main Street communities, 17, about half, are in fact community development organizations. So about half of our clients, in fact, are the nonprofit community development organizations implementing this type of program. And in Baltimore City, actually, they have 8 separate Main Street organizations, and in that case, 100%, all 8 are nonprofit community development corporations. So the reason that we want to expand this to allow for the community development corporations. We're just ground truthing it and not only administering it the way the department typically administers it, but also want to make it consistent with how the local governments also want to administer their facade improvement programs. And just for a couple fun statistics, just because I think it might be nice to say, we've been doing this for a couple decades. And I looked back at some of the statistics over the last decade approximately, and actually, we've given out 330 awards to do facade improvements, and that's generated 1,600 facade improvements. So that's a lot of nice physical, aesthetic pleasing buildings on your main streets and in your commercial districts. It cost us about $20 million of state funds, and we leveraged about 45 million of other private investment from the business owners, property owners, et cetera. So we get a pretty good bang for our investment. So it is doing good things. So with that said, I do in fact support this bill, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Delegate Stewart, as you know, when we have a delegation bill and the delegation supports, we need a letter from that delegation. So do you have a letter from Speaker Jones assuring us?
I can work on it. Mr. Chair.
Okay. Delegate Allen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, thank you for bringing the bill. Just a quick clarification for my own purposes. So it's the community organizations that can apply for this, but the funds still need to be used for businesses, correct? Like a community organization can't use this for somebody's house or fix up the parents' house, their sister's house, their cousin's house, something like that.
Correct. Exactly.
Got it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Stewart, I hate to be asking what about something else, but two sessions ago, this body authorized a West Baltimore County Redevelopment Authority. And then last year, the Baltimore County Council actually created that. It's in process of being stood up. Would you consider adding redevelopment authorities to this?
I mean, happy to talk to the department and also happy to talk to the speaker about that when I'm getting the letter from her. But what I will say, at this point, it's the property of the committee. I'm agnostic on adding additional groups. I mean, I think the point of the bill and I think the point of the program is just to make sure the funds get into the hands of the people that are doing this important work.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Okay. There are not any further questions. That concludes the bill here on HB 510. We'll turn to our final bill of the day, HB 501, Delegate Fennell, Charter Counties Enforcement of Local Laws. If you have a panel, feel free to bring them up.
Thank you, Chair Corman. Hopefully I'm not gonna hold you all too long, and Vice Chair Virginia Boyce. Also, I want to let you know this bill has been false filed by Senator Augustine, which is SB 522. And my panel here is from ACO, and we have Lorenzo, we have Bellamy. And then we also on virtual, we have County Council Chair Jolene Irie. We should have Juanita Fisher, Councilmember Juanita Fisher, and Councilmember Eric Olson. Okay. And thank you again, colleagues. Well, good evening now. And my esteemed colleagues, House Bill 501 will increase the minimum amount of a civil or criminal fine from $1,000 to $5,000 that is a charter county may impose to enforce certain local laws enacted by the county. Violators have less incentive to comply when the now can be perceived as the cost of doing business for landlords that is not being, violating the code. So one of the things I just want to outline is that this fine has not been increased since the 1990s. And what they're trying to do when the county council brought it to me from Prince George's County, what they're trying to do is just make sure that we have landlords that is in compliance in reference to making sure that they do what they're supposed to do for their vendors. So if there's any questions, I'm going to turn it over to Lorenzo. Well, we have our county council chair here. Is she still on?
She is. Why don't we do the in-person and then we'll take your
Okay,
virtual. if that's
thank
all
you
right.
so much. Thank you.
Committee, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, esteemed committee members, Brianna January with the Maryland Association of Counties. You all have had a very long day, so I will just simply add a me too on behalf of county governments, and I will leave it up to our local officials.
Good afternoon, Chairman Corman, Vice Chair Boyce. My name is Lorenzo Bellamy. I'm here on behalf of the Prince George's County Council in support of this bill. I can do a me too as well to save you some time. The only thing I will add is that this bill allows the
the county to go up to $5,000. So its current law is $1,000. The proposed bill would allow the fine to go up to $5,000. With that, I urge a favorable report.
Great. Why don't we take Council President Ivy and Delegate Fennell, just so you know, Councilman Olson's not in the waiting room and they're taxing. All right. Well, I don't know if Delegate Fisher can get to, excuse me, Councilwoman Fisher can get to your office, but she's having audio problems. So
Okay.
please go ahead.
Well, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and to all the members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. I appreciate this opportunity to come before you and speak on a bill that I fully support, HB 501, Charter Counties Enforcement of Local Laws. I want to begin by commending Delegate Fennell for her leadership and work to bring this important piece of legislation forward. She is one of my delegates. I'm very proud of her. Prince George's County is facing a series of unprecedented challenges when it comes to illegally dumping illegal for-profit house parties and the dilapidated housing. We need to really cut down on how much is happening in our county, and the violators don't seem to be financially impacted by the $1,000 fine that hasn't been raised in quite a long time. So the seriousness of these issues have affected our residents' quality of life. You can't drive down a major thoroughfare without seeing illegal tires or other types of dumping. And while the county has taken steps to mitigate this type of behavior, an increase in fines can send the message that this will not be tolerated in our county and in our state. My office has received complaints of these illegal house parties, where the party organizers see the $1,000 municipal fraction is just the cost of doing business. When the $1,000 fine was put in place in 1998, it may have had an effect then, but inflation has reduced the power of that fine, and it's time for it to increase to change the bad behavior we do not want to see in our county or state. I could go on, but I won't, because I know that you are all tired. Thank you for letting me speak and for your consideration of this bill. And I will move over to allow Councilmember Olson to speak.
Please go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the committee. I want to thank Delegate Fennell for your leadership and for having this bill. This is a quality of life bill. This really helps our residents. I'm here today to express my strong support for House Bill 501, which seeks to increase the maximum civil and criminal fines from $1,000 to $5,000. The current $1,000 infraction fine is not as effective as it should be. It's remained stagnant for decades. Inflation has significantly diminished the deterrent effect of this fine, rendering it insufficient to dissuade violators who view it merely as the cost of doing business. As a result, there have been a concerning lack of compliance with county code, particularly among unscrupulous landlords and individuals conducting illegal activities. The repercussions extend beyond mere inconvenience. They directly impact the quality of life for residents. Every week my office gets complaints about things happening. Just this past week, in Lanham, there's a homeowner who is basically running a car repair business out of his house. He has a full shop that's clearly visible. Volume of cars, car parts, tow trucks coming in and out, dropping off cars. The homeowner's been cited, but they make enough money to cover the fines. Across Prince George's County, they're rented party houses. It's not deterring those. So this can't continue. Residents rightfully expect their neighborhoods to be clean, safe, and conducive to a high quality of life. So your support will provide us an effective tool to address and rectify these issues, providing the quality of life our residents deserve. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. I think we now have Councilmember Fisher.
Ready?
Please go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hi, Mr. Chair. Hi, Chair Corman and Vice Chair Boyce, my favorite. It's so great to be back with members of the General Assembly. My name is Wanika Fisher. I'm a councilwoman for District 2. I'm testifying today, and I won't keep you all long. I just wanted to reiterate the great things my colleagues said. Sorry, hold on. The great things that my colleagues said. And the one thing I wanted to bring up is that my district in Prince George's County borders DC. This is my testifying me. And in DC, in the statute code for them, it's 98-02. They actually already have all the civil fines and infractions that my colleagues were speaking of. It's a first offense is up to $5,000 and a second offense is up to 10. So the reality of being so close to other jurisdictions that have already increased this fine that has been stagnant since the 90s is critically important. And I would like to thank our bill sponsor, my Delegate Diana Fennell, for her work. And we are so excited to have the support of the Maryland Association of Counties and how important this is for the quality of life for all Marylanders. And I would just thank you so much for the committee's attention today.
Okay. Councilmember Fisher, any questions for the sponsor of the panel? I do not see any. So that concludes the bill hearing on HB 501. Thank you, Delegate Fennell.
And thank you for your time. Enjoy your evening. I know you had a long evening. Take care.
Subcommittee announcements, Vice Chair Boyce.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you
so much, Mr. Chair. We will meet at 5:30. It gives you about 9 minutes for bathroom breaks, quick snack and waters, because we've got about an hour of work. Thanks so much.
Great. Thank you all for the hard work and attention today. Delegate Baker, I'm sorry I was out of the room when you were being neglected. Enjoy the rest of your evening.